weekend and Passover. And we are here with council. It's 11 o'clock on Tuesday morning. We'll go for an hour, take a break, and come back.
Mayor Savage, sorry, this is Ian. We are just in the process of getting the YouTube up, so I think we have just gone live now. Sorry for jumping in there.
All right, thank you, Mr. Clerk. It is April the 6th. I hope everybody had a great weekend. We are ready to go with council, and I'll call the meeting to order, and I will make sure that our councillors are all present and accounted for. I'm going in reverse order this time, folks, so just to shake things up a little bit. Got Deputy Mayor Outfit, District 16.
You caught me off guard there, Mr. Tricky. Good morning from Bedford Wentworth, and looking forward to an important discussion today. I hope everybody had a good long weekend, and here we go. Cheers.
All right, Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much, and good morning here from cloudy Lower Sackville. Happy Tartan Day to everyone. Looking forward to a good meeting today. Thank you.
Thank you. Former Deputy Councillor Blackburn.
Hello, good morning, everybody. Great to be here. Just want to send a quick message of condolence to the McKay family of Middle Sackville. Lost their mom, Bonnie, on the 1st of April, and Sackville residents probably will remember Bonnie from, she was a long-time dispatcher for satellite cabs, so a lot of folks knew her and were friends. So we're feeling her loss today here. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Lovelace.
Thank you. Good morning, colleagues. I have the Loveless tartan behind me, and happy to be here on Tartan Day, and look forward to having a great discussion.
All right, Councillor Stoddard.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and colleagues. Happy Tartan Day. This is all I could find. I hope everyone had a great Easter. I'm coming from District 12. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cuttle.
Good morning. Coming to you from District 11, Spryfield Sambro Loop and Prospect Road. And yeah, I hope everyone had a restful long weekend, and nice to be back here with you all.
Thank you. Councillor Morse.
Good morning, Mayor and councillors and staff. I'm very happy to be here this morning, and looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, colleagues, everyone watching. I hope everyone got themselves wrung out after the weekend is nice and dry. Took my dog a couple of days to get that wet dog smell off him. I'm still working on myself.
Councillor Smith.
Hello, colleagues and the thousands of viewers watching council this morning. Hope everyone had a good weekend. Cloudy in District 8, Peninsula North, but looking forward to the council meeting.
All right. Councillor Mason.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and colleagues, staff. Great to be here on another beautiful council day. Can't wait for us to actually be able to meet face to face. Councillor Mason live and direct from Halifax South downtown.
All right. District 6, Councillor Mancini.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, everyone watching. A happy Tartan Day. Behind me is the beautiful Dartmouth tartan. And I'm also wearing my Cape Breton tartan for my sister to the next to be, Kathy. And I hope everyone that's able to book their appointment for their vaccination. I was able to get online last night, book mine for next Tuesday. So looking forward to that.
Thank you. Councillor Purdy.
Hi, everyone. Good to be here live from District 4. And I had a big weekend looking at beaches in our province, and we drove to Digby Neck yesterday. And I'm just so thankful to live in this beautiful province. Even in the rain, it's beautiful.
Indeed. Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Happy Tartan Day to everyone. I just also want to remind everyone it's National Public Health Week this week, so it seems fitting that many of us who may be on this call and little 55 and older can book their vaccine, as Councillor Mancini has so wonderfully done. I also want to remind folks that the Nova Scotia Road Safety Calendar this month of April is all about speeding and aggressive driving. So please, maybe you can make some extra posts on your pages and and influence that, negatively actually influence that speeding and aggressive driving. So thank you, and I look forward to a good day.
Thank you. The King of Tartan, Councillor Hensby.
Well, good morning, Mr. Mayor and colleagues. Happy National Tartan Day today, as well as April is Volunteer Appreciation Month. So thank you to all the volunteers across our municipality for all the organizations and community involvement you're with. Also, I want to put a public service announcement out there that there's some COVID-19 rapid testing dates today and tomorrow at Musquodoboit Harbor at the rink from 11 o'clock a.m. till 6:30 tonight. That's today, the April 6th. And again, tomorrow, Wednesday, April 7th from 9 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. Just show up. If you're 16 or older, don't have any symptoms, you have not traveled, not visited any potential exposure areas, and not been in contact who may have tested positive. Just bring your mobile phone with you. No registration required. Just come on in, get a quick test, all done in 5 minutes. You get your results within a half an hour. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor. Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, fellow colleagues and staff. Happy National Tartan Day. Cape Breton Tartan, nod to my roots. And today we're going to be talking about illegal dumping and litter and stuff. So I'd like to do a shout out to Arlene McCaskill, who lives on the Lockview Road in Fall River, who was out on Easter Monday picking up litter. And it just shows that all of us can do our parts. So looking forward to today. Thank you.
Wow. Here's to Arlene. If it's the same Arlene that I know, I'm not surprised.
Yes.
I've also got my tartan on. This is the Habs win in overtime tartan. It's the first time I've been able to wear it this year. And I'm very happy, David, that you mentioned that for Tartan Day. I also want to acknowledge a couple of folks who passed away in the last week who were big contributors to the city and very involved in civic affairs. Hugh Vincent, Mr. Hugh Vincent, who died at the age of 90, and a wonderful lady, a bit of a mentor to me, and very involved in affairs that Councillor Cleary and Smith and Mason might know. Joan Fraser, a longtime resident on Seaforth, who passed away and will be greatly missed. So I know we all have people that we care about who pass away when they're involved in civic affairs. It's worth a little shout out. So to them and to anybody else who's passed away. All right, guys, approval of the minutes of March 23rd, if somebody wants to consider that.
So moved, Councillor Russell.
Councillor Russell moved, Councillor Blackburn seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 15 the ayes and the hands. I get enough to go on. Nobody's opposed. All right. Approval of the order of business, clerk.
There are no additions or deletions from the clerk's office for today's meeting. However, item 1.1.1, second reading of proposed bylaw S612 must be addressed after 1 p.m. due to the noon deadline for public to submit correspondence for second reading of bylaws.
Okay, everybody hear that? So 11.1.1, that's our first, one of our first items, will have to be done after lunch. That shouldn't be a problem. Anybody else? If not, does somebody want to move the approval of the order of business?
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. That was Councillor Kent or Stoddard. Who was that? Councillor Kent, seconded by Councillor Stoddard.
Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. Thank you. That is carried. Consent agenda. Received no notification. If anybody wants to move the consent agenda or move something off it.
So move, Mr. Chairman.
Second, Councillor Mason.
Councillor Hensby moves the consent agenda 11.1.4, 11.1.5, and 11.2.1, seconded by Councillor Mason. I'm going to read those items so people at home know what they are. 11.1.4 is the request for quotation on pumper tankers. 11.1.5 is an award of an aerial tower apparatus, and 11.2.1 improvements on Devonshire Avenue. All right, it's been moved and seconded. Mr. Clerk.
On the consent agenda, beginning with District 5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
In favor.
7, Counselor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Counselor Smith.
For.
9, Counselor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Counselor Morse.
In favor.
11, Counselor Cuttle.
In favor?
12, Counselor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion?
13, Counselor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Counselor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Counselor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Outhitt.
Voting yes.
District 1, Counselor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Counselor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Counselor Kent.
In favor.
4, Counselor Purdy.
In favor.
And Mayor Savage.
In favor, so that carries. Thank you, colleagues. Those 3 items pass on consent. Item number 5 on our agenda is calls for declaration of conflict of interest. Councillor Hensby.
Mr. Mayor, with deep regret, I would have to call conflict of interest for item 11.3.1, case number 21875. I'm a member of the board of directors from Okuma Holdings, so this being an application, I should step back and let council decide this without my influence, discussion, or input. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? We have no motions of rescission. Number 7 on your scorecard is deferred business. There's none. There is no public hearing today. Correspondence, Mr. Clerk.
Correspondence has been received for items 11.1.2 and 11.1.6. This correspondence has been distributed to all members of council.
Thank you, Ian. Petitions, colleagues? Seeing no petitions, presentations, no information items are brought forward. 11.1.1, which is second reading, is going to be held after lunch, Mr. Clerk, correct?
That is correct, Mayor Savage.
So we will move to 11.1.2. This is proposed amendments to the administrative order respecting the appointment of a traffic authority. Council, who wishes to move that?
Mr. Mayor, it's Councillor Cleary. I'll move the one.
Seconded, Councillor Russell.
I should probably read it, but thank you, Councillor Russell. I move that Halifax Regional Council adopt amendments to Administrative Order 12 respecting the appointment of the Traffic Authority as set out in attachment 1 of the staff report dated March 5th, 2021, the purpose of which is to establish a standardized procedure for the appointment of the Traffic Authority.
Seconded by Councillor Russell. Thank you. Councillor Cleary.
So just very briefly, and particularly for our new colleagues, because this has been with us back and forth for the last year or so. I moved this Transportation Standing Committee going back about 2 years ago, and it came back to council. Gosh, I can't remember the exact date, but quite a while ago now. And I know the information that came with it from our legal services and from the CAO indicated that, traditionally this position has just been the CAO appoints the manager of traffic, and that's fine. And there's really good reasons why, of course, the Motor Vehicle Act allows us to appoint a chief of police, other civil servants within the municipality. But this is a special position because this position, once appointed, as many of my colleagues know, and especially our new ones have come to discover, is the only person that is legally allowed to put stuff in the right of way. If you want to put a crosswalk, if you want to change signal timing, if you want to change the configuration of an intersection, it has to be approved by the Halifax Traffic Authority. And the process that we have for this position, because it is council that appoints the position, we need to be the ones in control of that appointment. And obviously the qualifications of this position is extremely important. So the way the CAO has taken the motion and laid out this process is to allow for the chief administrative officer to recommend between 1 and 3 candidates who are duly qualified for the position. send that report to the Transportation Standing Committee. And like our committees do on many, many appointments, especially to outside boards and agencies, the committee would then have the opportunity to assess the candidate and to make a recommendation to council for our appointment. And so I thank the CIO, I thank our staff for bringing this forward in the form that it is currently in. And I think once we adopt this, this will be a great way that is democratic, it's transparent, it allows for the public to see the discussion about the traffic authority. Obviously, our appointments are often done in camera, but once they come back out into public, on how this appointment is made and who that person is. And I really hope what we get is an alignment between the values of the traffic authority and the values of council as a result of this, because I think that's extremely important for us as we continue to make our streets safer and safer, especially for vulnerable road users. So I hope my colleagues support this. I'm looking forward to the discussion, and I thank you, Mayor Savage and colleagues, for allowing me to just talk about this important motion.
Thank you, Councillor Clerk. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Cleary, for bringing this forward. And I think you closed off with where I wanted to comment, where you said you want an alignment between council and the traffic authority. You know, so my question when I read through the recommendation of the report is, how do we make sure the traffic authority has the same vision as regional council? How do we make sure? Traffic authority has a Bible that they follow, and it's black and white to them in many ways, as we need it to be. But, you know, it's that big question. Do they truly understand what our vision is and what we want? And so when I look at the report and I look at attachment 2, and the Councillor Cleary alluded to it in the appointment process, number 2, the appointment process, the Transportation Standing Committee may review or have a discussion with the nominated candidates and shall make a recommendation to regional council on the appointment of a nominee or the rejection of all nominees. So I see that's our opportunity to find out who the CAO brings forward, to have that conversation. And if that person doesn't align with council's vision, then we can have that discussion in public, because we're inundated almost daily, every one of us, all 16 of us, 17 including the mayor, on issues related to traffic. So I support what's in front of us. Councillor Cleary, thank you so much for bringing this forward. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to support this as well. Councillor Mancini and Councillor Cleary have articulated it well, and I appreciate all the work that you did on it, Councillor Cleary, to bring it to this stage and the details that brought it here. There is no question in my mind that this is a good step. I absolutely believe that, and want to reiterate what Councillor Mancini said. It's a daily basis that we are asked and corresponded with regularly around traffic concerns, and it's been challenging. I remember when I was on council before, I feel like it's only gotten sort of drifted further and further away from us having that alignment. So I like it. I still think that there are some things to work through. I would like to hear from perhaps Jacques around Councillor Mancini's question, which would be specifically, how can we be sure that there is an alignment? I think that for one, if we get 3 candidates, and 3 candidates we have a hope, a wish, and a prayer that they're going to align based on what they've said, is there an accountability around that we can develop to strengthen that alignment?
Mr. Dubé, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, councillors. Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Kent. So what's important here to recognize is that this is a statutory position. In other words, this position is governed by provincial statute. So they have quasi-judicial authority. So council cannot direct the traffic authority to do anything, right? So the idea, of course, is that there could be alignment, better alignment in the minds of council with the traffic authority who's appointed. Historically, the traffic authority was the executive director of public works, transportation public works, and that alignment was ensured by that appointment. In other words, the executive director of transportation public works is appointed by the CAO, who's accountable to council directly, right? So, so as a result, there is that alignment by virtue of a dual reporting relationship, effectively, which is one to the CAO, to council, and the other is to the statute that provides powers to the traffic authority to make decisions around that. The statute never contemplated the politicization of the traffic authority position, right? And I don't think anybody's talking about politicizing the traffic authority's position. What people want, and what I'm hearing, is that councillors would like to see better alignment around the traffic authority's work and with council's vision. In the same manner that you would argue, I would argue that you'd like to see your CAO to be aligned with council's direction and vision, right? And certainly the current structure allows for that. I think the step of having the traffic authority come, the CAO's recommendation or recommended appointee to the Transportation Standing Committee or a recommendation of council will further enhance the alignment, I would suspect, as we go through the process. So that is sort of the situation that we're in. In HRM, there are probably 3 people who are qualified to do this work, right? All of which work in TPW, right? And my intention would clearly be that I would bring a recommendation forward. I think you know what my recommendation was prior to this, that the executive director of Transportation Public Works would like to be my recommendation, and that would be brought forward and have a conversation, and that then the committee could then decide whether they agree with the CAO or not. And hopefully there will be alignment on that. And if there isn't, then we go back to the drawing board and see where we go from there. But that's those are my comments, Mr. Mayor, and I certainly hope the council endorses this direction and we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jacques. Councillor Lovelace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you so much for this report. I appreciate the comments from my colleagues so far. It's, as a new councillor, it's helpful to understand jurisdictions and certainly history of some of these issues in front of us. I think we're all well aware that we have shifting values, towards all users, towards safety in our communities, to recognizing that roadways are not just for vehicles, and certainly having a traffic authority that aligns with these shifting values of our municipalities is really important. So Jacques, I have to ask you though, from a jurisdictional perspective, in reading this report, it is unclear as to whether or not the traffic authority has authority to erect signage and to change road speedway in all of the municipality or only on municipal roads. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So the situation with the traffic authority is that they have unilateral decision-making authority around what happens within a right-of-way. Unfortunately, however, there are situations where, especially around roads that are within the provincial realm, that are provincial roads and highways, that is the jurisdiction of the provincial traffic authority. And in fact, our own traffic authority, many of you will recall this discussion at Transportation Standing Committee and within this council and previous councils, that we do not have the authority within our own traffic authority to actually set speed limits without the approval of the minister and the provincial traffic authority. So right now, we have just submitted, in fact, some feedback to the working group provincially, looking at the Traffic Safety Act to hopefully devolve or delegate to our traffic authority the right to actually set speed limits within our streets. Because right now, as you recall, the issue here is that we want to lower the speed limit to 40 kilometers an hour in certain areas, certain roads. We do not have that authority. The default speed limit is 50. And in order to get below that, we have to go back to the traffic authority. So I just want to qualify that at the point of it, but the traffic authority municipally does not have the exclusive right to all matters pertaining to the road right of way in rights of way in HRM. Right? I don't know if Brad or Tassa want to weigh in on that, but that's sort of the situation we're in. Right? And hopefully the traffic safety regulations, once adopted under the new act, will actually delegate that authority down to where it should be at the local level. Right?
Thank you. I appreciate that. So it's very clear then we are only appointing a traffic authority within a part of the municipality, not within all of HRM. And it's important for the kids at home watching this to understand that we are very limited by the provincial government and what we can and cannot do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to Sean Cleary for really pushing this piece forward for us. I want to just kind of pause for a moment to point out where we are in terms of why we're here and why this has been a bit of a contested space. And it's not unique to HRM. This is kind of an across North America thing because the factors at play have been very much across culture. The 1950s, right? We end up into a world of building suburbs. Car dependency takes off. It's also very much an era of where people are looking at things as like, well, they're in absolutes. There's a one way to do things. It's the rise of kind of a professionalization, scientific sort of approach to things. And the idea was that, well, you don't want to politicize traffic management because it's apolitical. It's not ideological. There aren't values at play. Whereas we know now, like looking 50 years, 60 years back, well, actually, there's a whole lot of values at play because what really took hold in traffic engineering was that the whole purpose was to move cars as many as possible, as quickly as possible. And there really wasn't any consideration given to pedestrians, transit, or cyclists, or any other users. And what we've seen over the last 20 years has been the pendulum swinging back from that far extreme. And so it's created a contested space. And the arguments that we have and the discussions that we have, they're not unique to HRM. This is a tension and a friction that exists across the board in every city. And generally, when I look at where we are in HRM, I don't think it would be a good thing for us to be deciding as council, well, here we're putting a crosswalk here, we're putting a stop sign there, right? That is too much. That is politicizing it too much. That is too much in the weeds. What we want to make sure is that the overall decision making, you might not get your way on a single stop sign or a single crosswalk, but the overall decision making is sound. And what I've generally seen in the time that I've been here is I have confidence in the overall outcomes. I don't agree with everything that comes forward, but the overall outcomes I think have been pretty good over the last couple of years, especially since the IMP has passed. We're doing road design that we would never have contemplated previously, and we're seeing movement in a lot of areas on things that a traffic engineer from 1970 or 1980 or even the 1990s would never have contemplated. So I think there has been change, there has been movement. When the deferred report comes back to appoint Brad, Anguish as our traffic authority, I will be more than happy to do that. But I really appreciate having this here because it gives council basically the ability, I mean, it is a bit of a nuclear option, but we do have the ability to basically vote or move non-confidence in the traffic authority if the values and outcomes that we're seeing don't align with what we want to see. I don't think that's where we are, but I like that this option now is more clearly laid out and exists for us. So I think this has been good work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, again, thank you to Sean for Councillor Cleary for bringing this forward, and thank you to Sam for the unexpected introduction to the rise of the technocracy in the 20s and 30s in North America. If anybody wants to borrow my copy of Shaping the Metropolis, Institutions and Urbanization in the United States and Canada by my friend Zach Taylor, who's a professor at Western and was my roommate when he did his master's at Dal. It goes into agonizing detail about that. And there was a point in Halifax where we actually had a board of control of like appointed technocrats who actually had equal or more power than the elected council in the 20s and 30s. And we don't want to go back to that, I don't think, but we definitely, need to live up to our statutory authority to appoint these people, right? And I think that this is a good first step. And I've been bumping against staff a little bit for the last 8 years. We appoint a lot of folks, and I think that we need to, like development officers and building officials, and we shouldn't take any of that lightly. And I hate it when something comes to us and says, please appoint this person as per the statute, but per the charter, and we don't even have a bio, we just have their name, right? So if that's our authority and our responsibility, we need to be more engaged. This is great, and it's a good first step. But I also think it's okay that they're arm's length once appointed. It's like appointing a judge, right? You don't want the legislature to be able to harass a judge who's on the bench, but we have to make sure it's the right choice. The right person is being put on that, in that position. Legislatures make sure the right person's put on that bench. The accountability for us is that the CAO is responsible for recruiting and promoting and recommending these folks. And so the accountability is, it's not that if we're unhappy with someone, a manager or the director of TPW, that we take them to task on council floor. It's that we raise that with the CAO, both privately through the evaluation process and publicly, should that happen. I don't anticipate it will. So I do support this, but I just wanted to chime in and say, I think this is a great first step, and I think it's the most important one. It's the one that interfaces with the public the most, but I think that we need to continue to push on this to have more accountability to us and more information more information for us when we're doing any of our statutorily required appointments. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Outhit.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. When I put my name on the list, a couple of people hadn't spoken, so Sam covered a number of things that I wanted to, and so did Wei. My worry with this, and I agree, it's a step in an interesting and good direction. My worry with this is, and I don't know if folks have been in meetings with the province or not, but first of all, the province, until, as Jacques said, gives us perhaps some more authority. I've been in meetings where we wanted to change the color of something, and the deputy minister and the minister thought it was a good idea, and the traffic authority doesn't, and they can't tell the traffic authority what to do. That isn't changing, and it's not changing here at HRM either. The situation I'm worried is that we're setting the stage that if we interview somebody and if we appoint them, and I believe that our present and future traffic services staff do understand what we're trying to do with complete streets, safe streets, IMP, etc. My worry is that it's going to trickle down to the level that somebody requests a crosswalk, the evaluation is done, it comes back that a crosswalk isn't warranted, or a stop sign isn't warranted, or traffic lights aren't warranted, and someone's going to come back to us and say, well, I mean, you interviewed this person, you appointed them, they said they believed in the IMP. They said they believed in the street and safe streets and complete streets. Well, there should be a crosswalk there, or there should be traffic lights there, or there should be a stop sign there. And the people have to understand that we still do not, we call it politicizing it, whatever, we do not have the ability, and nor does Jacques, to overrule statutorily the independence of the traffic authority. So I just want to make sure that that is clear, that suddenly we're not sending out a signal that there'll be no more things refused. Suddenly we'll be able to waive decisions of a traffic authority. Suddenly the IMP will overrule the red book or the TAC regulations or what have you. So that's my only concern, and a number of you touched on that. I'll be supporting this, and I think it's a good step in transparency and getting to know staff, etc. But I just worry that we're setting expectations that suddenly nothing that everybody requests is ever going to be refused if we can put some sort of spin on it that it's consistent with the IMP. So, all right, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is there anybody else with questions? Councillor Kent? No. Okay. I think everything else in the chat is just information. Ready for the question, colleagues? Let's go to the votes.
Question.
Beginning with District 6, Councillor Mancini.
In favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor?
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion?
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn. Councillor Blackburn. 15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
Mayor Savage.
In favor, so that motion carries.
I think you missed me, Ian. It's Tim, 16.
Oh, sorry, Deputy Mayor Oathead.
Sheesh. I tell you, look away for a minute, I tell you. No, thank you.
All in, the motion carries. Thank you. Just for the information of those who are watching us, while the world was transfixed by Easter and Passover and by the Great Blue Jay start and other things, all of council was riveted to the IPAC Nova Scotia Quarantine Companion Photo Competition, where our CAO's dog Tori was competing against other beautiful animals. And so you all might have just received the news that that Tori won. So Jacques, can you show your face? And there you are. This is a big day. Congratulations to you and to Tori.
Yeah, Tori's going to enjoy her treats, and she's going to also, we're going to receive a Dr. Strang-like necktie. It was kind of cool too. So in honor of all, we made a donation to the SPCA Sunshine Fund. So hopefully it help other dogs in need.
Nice. Nice.
Very nice. This is a council with a lot of attractive dogs, so I know that they all have great affinity for you. And you may have noticed an item was added to your agenda package to create a statue of Tori on the waterfront. We'll deal with that when the time comes, colleagues. Item number 11.1.3, proposed amendments to administrative order regarding the siting of a telecommunication antenna. Who wants to touch this one?
Mr. Mayor, I shall, because I get enough of these cell tower problems in my district.
Go ahead, Councilor Hensby.
The Halifax Regional Council adopt the amendments Administrative Order 2015-005 GOV, the siting of telecommunication antenna. Administrative Order is set on attachment C, the staff report dated February 1st, 2021.
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Blackburn. Councilor Hensby.
Well, Mr. Mayor, this is just to a slight amendment to add additional time to any permits that any telecommunication company is putting up a tower. If they don't build it within 3 years, they need to get an extension of their permits and stuff. A lot of these towers need to have separation from other buildings and dwellings and stuff. So we hopefully that when these applications are put forward, that those sites are identified of a point of interest. If any development permits being applied within that tower area has to be respective of the setback requirements. So hopefully these amendments be going forward, but the biggest thing is allow the cell companies the ability to extend their permits because of construction delays or other things that may delay them in getting it installed. Thank you.
Anybody else on this? Ready for the question, colleagues?
Question.
Beginning with District 7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor?
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion?
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
16, Deputy Mayor Oathead. Deputy Mayor Oathead.
Even when you ask him, he doesn't vote.
Stepped away again.
District 1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
Two.
I think Tim is back.
Voting yes, thanks.
Thank you. District 2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
Mayor Savage.
In favor of the motion, that motion carries. 11.1.4 has passed on consent. It was the request for quotation on rescue pumper tankers. 11.1.5, the tower award of a aerial tower apparatus. They have both passed on consent. 11.1.6, proposed amendments to add order 15 respecting licenses, permits, and processing sidewalk cafe fees. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that Halifax Regional Council adopt the amendments to Administrative Order 15, the license, permits, and processing fees admin order as set out and attachment to the staff report dated March 15th, 2021.
I second
Seconded,
that.
Councillor Russell.
Councillor Cuddle's hand jumped to the forefront there. Councillor Mason.
So not a lot on this, same as we did last year. I'd like to thank staff for the very rapid response. I think that we had the wording for the notice of motion within about 15 minutes of the request from the bids. Here we are with notice and then the amendment. I did joke with staff, which I think they both were like, oh, I can't believe we made that joke, that maybe we should make it that we can waive these fees by resolution in case we have to keep doing this. But everybody, we have to believe it'll be over by this time next year and we won't have to do that again. So something that the business community has requested, I'm glad we can do for them. And I look forward to seeing you all on a patio in downtown this summer. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Indeed. And not just downtown, but especially downtown, but lots of places as well. Ready for the question, colleagues?
Question.
Beginning with District 8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor of the motion.
11, Councillor Cuddle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Outhet.
Here and voting yes.
1, Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
Mayor Savage.
In favor of the motion. That passes. Thank you, Councillor Mason. 11.1.7 is assignment of contract for road salt. Council, what is your wish?
Mr. Mayor,
Councillor-
Mayor.
I'll move that.
Yes, I get, okay, the salty Councillor Blackburn, we'll go to you.
Okay, thank you. I so move that Halifax Regional Council approve the assignment of the municipality's existing contract for road salt with K&S Windsor Salt to Windsor Salt Canada and direct the Chief Administrative Officer to execute an assignment agreement to permit the assignment. I so move.
I'll second,
Seconded.
Mr. Mayor.
Seconded by Councillor Kent. Councillor Blackburn?
No, this is somewhat of a housekeeping item as the company has changed its name. So we in turn have to change all of our documents as well. So that's just the basic gist of what this is about.
All right. Seeing nobody else, ready for the question, Mr. Clerk?
Question.
Beginning with District 9, Councillor Clary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuddle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
16, Deputy Mayor Outhet.
In favor of road salt.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
And Mayor Savage.
In favor, that carries. Thank you, Councillor Blackburn. 11.2.1, colleagues, coming out of transportation passed on consent. That was the improvements on Devonshire Avenue. We will go to 11.3.1. This is
Mayor,
coming out of.
I'll declare my conflict and leave the meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Hensby. 11.3.1 is amendments to the regional plan, regional subdivision bylaw, the Cole Harbour Westville Municipal Planning Strategy, and the land use bylaw for the former Nova Scotia home on Highway 7. This would be Councillor Purdy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Case 21875, amendments to the regional plan, regional subdivision bylaw, Cole Harbour Westfall Municipal Planning Strategy, and the land use bylaw for the former Nova Scotia Home for Colored Children, site along the number 7 highway, Westfall. I move that Halifax Regional Council give first reading to consider the proposed amendments to the regional municipal planning strategy, regional subdivision bylaw, Cole Harbour Westfall Municipal Planning Strategy, and the Cole Harbour Westfall Land Use Bylaw as set out in attachments A, B, C, and D of the staff report dated March 1st, 2021, to enable the adaptive reuse of the former Nova Scotia Home for Colored Children and to allow development of a portion of the site toward Highway 7 Westfall and schedule a public hearing.
I'll second that, Mr. Mayor.
Seconded by Councillor Kent. Councillor Purdy.
Thank you. The Nova Scotia Home for Colored Children, renamed Akuma, has a long history in our community. They have recently proposed a refurbishing of the old home that would include community gathering spaces such as a cafe, hair salon, gym space for seniors, and office space, as well as other development plans including senior housing, low-income housing, and market value housing, among other things. I ask for and appreciate your support in the passing this through to a public hearing and for second reading. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, I don't believe that Councillor Smith's asking if there's a presentation. I don't believe there's a presentation, Jacques or Ian. We certainly have staff here to answer questions. Councillor Smith, did you have a question?
You can come back to me. I think who was before me, Councillor Kent, and I'll speak after.
Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to second this and very pleased to see it come to before council. As Councillor Purdy has noted, the community, and I think that generally everyone in council would be aware of the history on this site and the opportunity to change the trajectory of what we write in historically now. I think that I don't know about you, but so many times I've passed that particular area and thought, what's going to happen? What's going to happen? And I know residents and community, the public are saying the same thing. I am so excited to see such a thoughtful and good potential opportunity here for the area, for the communities who have championed for change around this. So I really hope that council will support this and we can go forward. I look forward to hearing the public submissions on it actually, and I hope that we can all do our part in making sure people have that opportunity to come forward and speak to this as it goes forward, once, assuming that we now pass this in council today. So thank you to all of our colleagues at Community Council as well for bringing this to this state.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Smith, did you Want to speak on this?
Yeah, sure. Real quickly, support this. Have no issues moving forward. My question for staff, moving forward with the public hearing, just curious what will be the approach to make sure that we reach out to as many people as possible, because this is one a long time coming, but also there has been some public engagement within the report that's mentioned, but I'm assuming we'll have to do virtual, depending on when this comes. And if my assumption is wrong, please correct me. And to that piece, because of the community that this was focused on, and we've seen trying to do virtual hearings works, but at the same time, it really doesn't allow us to reach all those who wouldn't usually access through the virtual in many different ways. So I'm just curious if there's another approach going to be used, if we're going to do standard notification area. Are we going to hope to use the partners that have been involved with the previous public engagements to reach out to community? Just curious on what we're going to do to make sure we get folks out for the public hearing.
Okay, I see Stephanie Saloom has joined us. Stephanie's worked very hard on this file. Stephanie, you got Ms. Saloom, you got the question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the councillor. We will be using the networks of the African Nova Scotian Affairs Office, the HRM, African Nova Scotian Affairs Integration Office, as well as 4 community groups networks to circulate information about the public, or the notice about a potential public hearing. We did that for the public information meeting, and we were able to get quite a range of feedback through using those networks. So we are hoping to circulate the information through their networks again for the public hearing.
Councillor Smith?
Do you have a timeline on that for the public hearing?
I think the clerk's office will schedule that public hearing, but we're hopeful that it will be in May.
Okay, so we'll be doing it virtually then, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question about the extension of the water service boundary. And according to the report, there's no financial implication because the current infrastructure supports this particular case 21875. On the second case, because it was split into 2, is there a capital cost or a big infrastructure plan in the extension of the water service boundary?
Ms. Saloom?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So that will be looked at through the regional plan review project. Right now, we've just looked at extending the water service area to the area or the portion of the property that's subject case 21875. So any future expansion we would have to look at through the regional, any potential expansion would be looked at through that regional plan review project. So I don't have clarification on that as yet.
And so just that I really understand this, if there's any cost in this current, then it is borne by the developer?
Yeah, so the main pipe that's along Highway 7, there's no upgrades to that infrastructure required to service the portion of the property subject to this application. So the developer would be responsible to pay for any laterals that connect the main pipe to their proposed development.
Thank you very much. Pleased to be able to as well.
Thank you, Councillor. Seeing no other discussion, are we ready for the question, colleagues?
Question.
Let's go to the question, clerk.
Beginning with District 10, Councillor Morse.
In favor of the motion.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor?
12, Councillor Stoddard.
Very happy to support this. In favor?
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
16, Deputy Mayor Outhead.
Favor.
1, Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
3, Counselor Kent.
Enthusiastically in favor.
4, Counselor Purdy.
Voting in favor of the motion.
5, Counselor Austin. 6, Counselor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Counselor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Counselor Smith.
For.
9, Counselor Cleary.
Yes.
Mayor Savage.
In favor of the motion, so the motion carries. Thank you, Councillor Purdy. Colleagues, we will take a break for lunch and come back at 1 o'clock. We will stay in this meeting room, I assume, Ian?
That is correct. If you are going to leave the meeting, please just join on the same link you joined with. A reminder that when you return to the meeting, we will be sending you live directly to YouTube. So your microphones and your cameras will be muted until we return back.
1 o'clock, colleagues. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. We do have quorum, and we will be sending everyone live here in 1 minute. Good afternoon again. Everyone's camera and mics should be enabled again. Mayor Savage, we are ready to go on your call.
Is the mayor missing in action?
All right. Ian, are we all good?
We are ready whenever you are, Mayor Savage.
Councillor Lovelace and I got accosted outside. All right.
It's all good.
Where am I at here? So
They want their green bin. They want their green bin picked up, do they?
Looking for Tartan. So Ian, I'm at your command.
You are ready to go, sir. We are live.
All right. Okay. Welcome back, colleagues. So we're going to go back, I think, Mr. Clerk, to pick up the item that we pushed off till after lunch, which is item point 11.1.1, right, Ian?
Yes, that is correct. And as confirmation, no additional correspondence was received prior to the 1 o'clock deadline.
Okay. Okay, 11.1.1 is a second reading on proposed bylaw and amendment for solid waste resource collection disposal, illegal dumping and litter abatement. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and colleagues. I'll put the following motion on the floor that the Halifax Regional Council adopt bylaw S612, the purpose of which is to amend bylaw S600 respecting solid waste resource collection and disposal as set out in attachment B of the staff report dated February 25th, 2021. So move.
Second it. Second it.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Hensby. So I'm really happy to see this finally be here. And for those watching at home, what we're talking about is getting stricter when it comes to illegal dumping. We're looking at fines from $500 to $10,000. We're looking at staff going in and investigate it. So when we discover actual illegal dumping items, they'll go through the items to find out if, there's an address or anything at all that can bring us back to the originator of those items. It's about hiring staff to help us with enforcement. So I'm very pleased with this, and we need to continue down this path to reduce illegal dumping. I guess, I have some questions for staff, a couple of questions, if I may. One is, how are residents going to know about these changes? How do we, especially the fine of potentially $10,000? I mean, that message has to get out there crystal clear. If you're going to be dumping illegally in our municipality, it could cost you up to $10,000. There's a campaign in the report. You talk about the campaign the awareness campaign. We do our own campaign of litter doesn't belong here. Right now in our communities across Nova Scotia, there's the volunteer litter cleanups that are taking place. They're what they call the Great Nova Scotia Pick Me Up. They're taking place all through Nova Scotia, particularly in HRM. So my first question is with staff is, how are we going to get the message out, a clear message? Are we going to do any work or partnership or collaboration with other municipalities? So we're doing this at the same time, so the message is crystal clear. And the second part message question I have, it goes back to when this came to council the first time for first reading, was around the waste depot in Bears Lake. We get so many complaints about residents. It's not convenient. It's not convenient that we only have one. It's not convenient that the hours of operation, especially on the weekends, are so short, long lineups. And I bring this up because I believe if that's not convenient, it could potentially lead to illegal dumping. So I see that Shannon's on the line. Shannon, if you wouldn't mind responding to those questions, that'd be great. Thank you.
All right, Shannon Betts, welcome.
Good afternoon. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the council. Shannon Betts, Diversion Policy Coordinator with Solid Waste. With regards to letting people know about the fines and sort of what the consequences are around illegal dumping, that is definitely part of the campaign that we're planning. That campaign will talk about ways to mitigate the illegal dumping, reasons why people shouldn't illegal dump, but definitely part of that will be letting people know that we do have an enforcement program and plan in place, and what those fines are. Because I think a lot of times if people aren't aware that there are consequences, that's one reason why they may feel that they can get away with it. Really, when it comes down to it, the cost of properly disposing of that material is much less than what it would be if they were to be fined.
And sorry,
again,
Shannon,
like I mentioned, the campaign. Go ahead.
Sorry, on that, Shannon, will we let people know that their fines have been laid out? I'm not suggesting that we give people's names out, but will we say, hey, this weekend we fined 5 people at $5,000 and so on? Because I see HRP doing that now when it comes to speeding, which I think is very good, and I push that out. If we can let people know those fines are happening, I don't know if there's any plan to do that.
Absolutely, and that was seeing what's been happening with HRP and how they've been promoting when they issue fines and how many fines they issue. I think it's made it a lot more evident to the public what's happening with regards to that type of enforcement. So yeah, that's definitely the type of approach that we're looking to take, and hopefully we'll see some good traction with that.
Thank you.
Yeah. And again, the campaign will incorporate that, and we're also going to talk about the litter abatement programs like the Great Nova Scotia Pick Me Up and Adopt a Highway. So we're really looking to have a very comprehensive and sort of all-encompassing program and education and marketing campaign that will cover those things. With regards to the depot in Bears Lake, I know that is something that's come up quite frequently with council, we do get feedback on that, and I know that there has been, we have looked for opportunities to have more mobile depots in communities that aren't as accessible to the Bears Lake Depot, and definitely something that we've discussed as part of budget discussions this year. But pending all of that budget approval, we do have plans to promote and to host mobile events around the municipality. So hopefully people are a little bit more aware of that, and we can find ways to kind of get that message out that is an option for residents for disposing of their hazardous wastes.
Thank you, Shannon. Thank you for your work. Appreciate it, Mr. Mayor.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you. I see Councillor Kent, but I see somebody above that, but I can't tell who the councillor is. Was there somebody else that had their name on the list prior to Councillor Kent? Councillor Blackburn. For some reason, it's not showing up. It just says from C. So, Councillor Blackburn.
Oh, all right. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. No, just a quick question for Shannon. Just wondering who is responsible when the trash or the dumping is either in or next to water courses, like on the shoreline? Does that sort of change the plans or the process? I'm just wondering, because where lakes and whatnot are Department of Environment. So just wondering what the plan is when water courses are involved.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, as with any type of illegal dumping, when it comes down to it, if we're not able to identify who is responsible for dumping that material, it does end up being the responsibility of the property owner to ultimately clean that up. We're hoping with these amendments that we'll be able to identify the person responsible more frequently. But in cases where there is material next to water courses, we do intend to stay involved and stay in contact with the Nova Scotia Department of Environment. So if there are areas of particular concern that could impact waterways, we would definitely reach out to them for their expertise on that.
Excellent. Great to hear. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thanks, Tony, for bringing this forward and your effort on it, Shannon, as well. There's no question in my mind that we need to be firmer and more assertive on the fines. And this definitely puts us in that direction. The issue with that I have is that is meaning that people are still doing it. We have to continue to work to get to the point and get ahead of this, so we support the efforts that our residents need to take to dispose of this safely, appropriately, and relatively easy. The facts are we all have competing things up against us as property owners. Sometimes it's a matter of not being able to store the things that they have. Sometimes it's a matter of not being able to afford to potentially take it out to Ross Road and if you've renovated. Sometimes it's a matter of just not being willing to. And that layer of not being willing to is our biggest problem. But we still have a challenge at our roadside pickups, and the notion of reversing or reducing curbside pickup is very concerning to me. We have heard from many people. I strongly believe that our position at the municipality needs to be to support proper waste disposal options at curbside when possible. There are some big things. Let's say they tear down a deck, they make a major renovation in their house, or, there's a flood and it's totally out of their control. Wasn't even a choice. We need options. When you talk about the hazardous waste depot where it's not convenient, you can count in the entire other side of the harbor being the Dartmouth side, the Harbor East Marine Drive Community Council catchment area, and further out into some of the other councillors' outlying councillor areas as well, to be all inconvenienced by that one depot. So I can't encourage you enough to be very, very diligent in bringing that about. The other layer that I have a question on, which is, have we investigated any form of a local building product recycle program where people who are doing renovations, who might want to pick up a couple of pieces of 2x4 or something that is going to cost them money, there's a swap and exchange. You might have a deck you want to replace, but there's a lot of that deck that might still be useful to somebody. Have we ever looked at like a local transfer station that allows for that kind of drop-off pickup scenario? I'm just sort of shooting in the dark here, because I think we need to continue to support our ask of the public, which is reduce, reuse, recycle, sort your waste, and do it properly, but give them places to do it. So I'll leave it there. I'm happy that this one is coming aboard. District 3 is rampant with illegal dumping. I really hope that the level of the fine will be the thing that discourages people from doing it, but I think that's only a part of the picture. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cottle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I think it's wonderful that this is coming forward and we're taking some real kind of concrete action around addressing issues of illegal dumping and litter. I had one suggestion about kind of the awareness and recognizing people's efforts in cleaning up litter around the city. We talk about kind of the grassroots litter cleanup initiatives and volunteers sharing photos and stories of litter cleanups. And I'm wondering if we could also do something internally with our own staff within HRM. I've seen it happen and I've heard comments from other people, it could be a windy day and there's a bag of garbage that's blowing in the road. And we've seen, HRM vehicles with staff drive around the bag rather than taking the time to pick it up. And I know that, all of us, including kind of the volunteers and the people in our communities, we all have places to go and things to do, but people stop and make the time to do, to pick up litter when they see it, which I think is wonderful. And so I think as we're promoting this out into the community, into our residents, I'm wondering what we can do more internally within our own organization to mirror the kind of behavior that we would like to see in the broader community. And if there's some way we can start an internal campaign around sharing photos of picking up garbage and kind of recognizing that and celebrating that. And when I make those comments about, HRM employees driving by litter or garbage, that's not across the board. I know there are lots and lots and lots of staff that do make those efforts, but those things still do happen. And I think that we could, do something that's kind of fun that, helps promote the cause here as well. And see, staff and residents, we're all in this together. So that's just a comment I'm throwing out there as one way we can kind of increase that cleanup and awareness campaign.
All right, thank you, Councillor. And then there's certainly a number of staff that'll have heard that and can take that perhaps under advisement. Thank you for that. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Shannon. These changes to our bylaw are desperately needed, long overdue. In years, we've been talking about responsibility of our citizens, but finding information, identification in the trash, in my opinion, is a tag that they should be immediately hit with. And I'm glad that we're having the reverse onus brought into this bylaw. Perhaps through staff, you can clarify, when will this bylaw come into effect? Does it have to have provincial consent? This is for the public information. Does this require public consent, provincial consent, or can we enforce this starting tomorrow? What public information campaign that Councilor Mancini asked about? Earth Day is coming up on April 22nd. I have community groups as, the Great Nova Scotia picked me up, and the Clean Foundation, not Clean Foundation, but the Adopt a Highway program just opened up for registration just 5 days ago on the 1st of April. Community groups who want to organize cleanup campaigns. So, we should be working with these groups in regards to cleaning up roadside litter. But I have some problematic areas where our humongous piles of trash being dumped. And a couple of years ago, we did through a community response team initiative for the Preston area. We were able to organize a cleanup, but we need to do something like that again. I need the collaboration and cooperation of the private sector to provide the containers. We need HRM to waive the tipping fees at Otter Lake. We need community groups to come forward with volunteers. And at times we had to find some money to pay for contractors because some of the stuff was just too heavy and too bulky to expect volunteers to pick up. So I'd like to know what we have in our budgets in regards to some of our significant dumping issues. What can we do to address them immediately?
Sure, if that's something for Shannon, do you want that? Or maybe somebody else that could take a crack at it? Go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. Currently, as far as significant illegal dumping sites, we do not have provisions for that within our budget to clean those up. We do support the regular roadside litter cleanups by way of waived tipping fees should groups decide or take that material to Otter Lake themselves. We do also support those groups through road operations who will go out and pick up bags of roadside litter. It's just when we start getting into the larger illegal dump sites that's more of a challenge as far as resources and financial contributions, and have done in the past, but I think it would be a bigger project that we would really have to look at.
Now, when does this come into effect?
But as of right now, those ends. As far as the bylaw coming into effect, technically it would come into effect as soon as council approves it. The challenge and what we just want to be cautious to, I guess, set the expectation that we do have to wait for budget approval, our final budget approval, before we can begin a staffing hiring process, because we did request to add an officer to our current staffing complement in order to be able to appropriately address a larger volume of these types of calls. But if residents have concerns about illegal dump sites, we do have some processes in place right now, but we just don't want to, I guess, set the expectation that we're going to be able to go full out as far as enforcement goes, as ramped up as what we would like to be. We do expect to be at that point within the next 6 months, though.
Well, I'm kind of hoping that we would be ready for the first week of June, when it's Environment Week. I think we should be targeting our efforts in regards to, we got Earth Day coming up on the 22nd. 1st of June, the first week of June is just shortly afterwards. I think the Environment Week would be a good targeted time to really put an emphasis on this matter.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So staff have given me the amendment that John mentioned in the chat. So I'm going to move an amendment, amending clause FFA-1, definition of owner, the word and should read land, and clause FFA-2, on in the third line should be or. So I think, Ian, you're going to cut that in the chat. There it is right there. So I have nothing of great import further to discuss on the amendment, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Russell, I'll second that.
Councillor Russell seconds the motion to amend. Is there any discussion on that? Is that a friendly amendment, Ian?
I think that's up to the mover and the seconder, I believe, isn't it, Mr. Mayor? And it is friendly, as brilliant as it always is, Mr. Mace, Councillor Mace's motions.
Really is staff who are holding us up at this point with this, so I thank them. Question on the, well, if it's friendly, I guess we don't need that.
Yeah, it's friendly to me, in my
Okay.
opinion.
Okay, as long as the clerk and the lawyer see it as friendly, it has to pass their test too, Councillor Mancini.
I understand. Thank you.
I think it's friendly, Ian.
If council's okay with that, I'm okay with that.
Okay, that amendment is passed. Thank you for that wonderful contribution,
My
Councillor
great
Mason.
pleasure.
Councillor Diggle-Gammon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm pleased to see this as well, and I do have just a few questions. And one is, that it's nice to have the additional mobile units that can support people who can't get to Otter Lake, but I'm just wondering, when and how will we look at an expansion of their hours? And so is that a capital budget request? Is that something that's very different that we need to prepare for maybe next year? Because it is a significant distance for a lot of people to go to. And although the mobile units are an asset as well, sometimes just the timing of when they're going to be in your community could be a hardship for some people. And in the litter cleanup, and I know it says that from the curb to your property line, that it's the responsibility of the property owner. I know that when I do litter cleanup on Richardson Drive, for example, there's a whole section of that road that it comes down off of a hill onto somebody's property, and it just feels like it's a free-for-all to throw a whole bunch of garbage in. So that property owner is a significant distance away from where the road is. And I know that when in the section of the report where it said about if you're in a budding property, it's within 15 meters. So I guess I'm just wondering if there is any kind of a distance there. And the other thing is just around the illegal dumping. I can't agree with Councillor Hensbury more. Just on the Easter weekend, I was up at Perrin Drive, for example, and the illegal dumping there, it's more than what the community members can actually pick up or clean up. So finding out who's responsible for it and doing the reverse ownership, I think will make a significant difference. But my biggest concern really is just around that curbside and property owners getting a fine, and they could be, away at the cottage. They may not be around. So just a little bit of clarity around how that would be enforced, please.
Evan?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, with regards to the HSW depot and hours of operation, extending the hours of operation at the Bayers Lake depot would be an operational cost that would be in addition to what we have now. There would also be contract considerations around that because that is a contracted service. With regards to the 15-meter abutment that's identified in the bylaw, that is specifically connected to commercial properties. So it wouldn't necessarily, it wouldn't apply to residential properties. As far as maintaining, and cleaning up material that's on your personal private property, your residential property, there'd be no changes to that now. I mean, everyone is responsible, if there is debris on their property, to clean that up already. So the 15 meters doesn't impact residential property owners.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. Super quick question. So looking at the bylaw, what I'm wondering, because we're putting some emphasis on the fines, which is important. So thinking of the peninsula in particular, with a lot more construction sites and seeing that debris blowing on folks' property, how will we deal with issues? And I have a few I could reference, but how do we deal with issues when we know that the debris is on somebody's property, but it came from another site, but we can't track where that site is?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, that is a little trickier. I know that our building officials do have good working relationships with the construction companies and the developers in the area. So, they have gone in the past and worked with those businesses to identify, if there's debris blowing from their sites that's encroaching on other property. But that is definitely one that's a little bit more challenging, but something that we can definitely work through and see how, what kind of resources and solutions we have for that as we get into the enforcement piece.
Right, and one of the pieces I'd ask for too is within that, thinking of properties where, it's very clear that item couldn't have come from that property. And we're doing what the bylaw says is if it's on your property, it needs to go and you're responsible for it. It's just trying to find that balance will be difficult. So if what I ask is if we can be a little bit more lenient when we know for sure that, okay, you didn't have a construction ladder from a large development on your property, that's obviously not yours. Having that leniency. I know staff have done it in the past, but just, making sure as we're seeing more and more development and stuff coming around that we just have that leniency. Thank you. Good work.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Lovelace.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this work. I'm excited to see this move forward. I just have a couple of comments. Most of my points have already been said by others. I think we're all really excited to see this move ahead. From a public engagement perspective, I think it's really important for us to recognize that litter awareness is one thing, change of behavior is the other, and making it easy for people to change their behavior is important. So when I see parks that don't have receptacle bins, it's kind of hard for people to put their garbage in a receptacle bin in a park when there isn't a garbage can there. And I think making it easy for people is extremely important. David Hensby took me for a ride in District 2, and I couldn't believe the trash on Upper Governor Road. It was just unbelievable. Illegal dumping throughout the rural areas is it's just unconscionable. However, it is done because it's a behavior. Someone who litters, they do that because they don't feel that social responsibility to their environment, to their community. They don't feel grounded to their community. They don't feel that responsibility to take that garbage and put it in the right place. We've seen incredible changes in HRM with regards to diversion. Our diversion rates are phenomenal. We're doing a great job recycling, great job composting, great job with reducing the amount of waste that's actually going to Otter Lake. Why on earth haven't we been able to get people to change their behavior when it comes to littering? I think part of the problem is that our marketing campaigns don't speak to the social responsibility. We're not issuing social marketing campaigns. We're issuing marketing campaigns around litter awareness and putting the responsibility in the people who are seeing litter on the street, not the people who are putting the litter on the street. So I just really encourage staff to think carefully about how we can address the behavior. And when I see things like television ads, print ads, radio ads, we need social media here. We need to have a social media marketing campaign that includes social media awareness, because that is where the eyeballs are at. I'm just wondering if you can speak to that a bit, Shannon. Thank you.
Go ahead, Sean.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the councillor. Social media is definitely one of the strong pieces that we're looking to use, because it does have that reach. And combating littering before it happens is definitely a universal issue. We see it across the province, the country, around the world, and really changing that social behavior is one of the biggest challenges that we have. And one thing that we are doing this summer as well is we're working with Divert Nova Scotia on a litter survey and a litter audit, and we're hoping that we'll be able to gain some further insights specific to Nova Scotia on why it is that people litter. And I don't know if it's, if we have to encourage people to put peer pressure on, make it more socially unacceptable for people to litter, and finding those ways to discourage people from littering in the first place. But that is definitely all part of what we've been discussing, and what we hope to expand our litter program to focus a lot on the social responsibility we all have to not litter.
Thank you. I just have one more comment, and that's on the level of fines. I think what we're seeing with fines overall is we're seeing an increase in stunting. That's a huge fine. People are still stunting. So I'm not, fully in belief that putting more and more and higher fines is really going to address this. And so I just wanted to put that out there. I do think we do need stronger fines. We need stronger enforcement, but I think it's a social responsibility piece that's going to nail it for us. Thanks so much. Appreciate this.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Russell's curiosity has been satiated, so we'll go to Councillor Purdy.
Thank you. Thank you. This is a great report. Awesome. Good. And actually, I just want to speak kind of going on top of what Councillor Lovelace was saying about the social norms needing to be changed, and wondering about the communications piece and how, and if we even can get into the schools, elementary, junior high, can we target campaigns towards the younger ones, kind of like we're doing with the transit, the pilot program to try to increase ridership as people get older. Can we do this with our social norms with littering? I mean, I was just right beside our high schools, beautiful big garbage can, and the litter all around the garbage cans. Like, they can't walk 2 feet and put it into the can. And it's just a lack of caring or there's just no concept of keeping the community clean and having that sense of purpose for that. And so I think social media is a huge component too. And also I'm hearing from people in the community, they really appreciate humor in our communications, and they sent me stuff from other districts, that actually have some humor involved. And just wonder if that even could be kind of looked at for future campaigns, just making it just a little more relevant to where people are at and what will catch their attention. But this is very good and great steps in the right direction. And the Great Nova Scotia Pick Me Up, I'm doing a monthly cleanup in our community, and we're choosing a different location each time. And we did one in January, and it was freezing cold, and I still had 10 people come, and we found it in the snow. So decided to wait till it got a little warmer. So this month we're starting again, but the Great Nova Scotia Pick Me Up, awesome. And our people come and will pick up the trash. And so thank you. It's awesome.
Thank you very much, Councillor Purdy. Councillor Stoddard.
Hi, thank you very much, Shannon, for this report. I agree with all the other councillors. It's a long time coming. I just have a couple of questions. I notice along the 103 sometimes driving down, I see blue bags and garbage bags that have fallen off the back of the GFL trucks. I also noticed that when trying to distance myself behind them, that their nets that are supposed to hold the garbage in have holes in them or half down. Is there any way we can contact the contractor and say, you must fix these nets because you're losing garbage? Because I'm afraid that, if we find a bag of garbage or blue bin and we start opening it to find out who it belongs to, the person might have said, I put it by the side of the road. I have no idea how to got in the ditch. Is that something we're looking at as well, or?
Yeah, absolutely. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, all of the trucks that transport waste to any waste facility are required to have their loads tarped. So if you notice a truck that is inappropriately tarped, especially if it's one of our residential trucks, we definitely would like to know about that. And we can contact the contractors to make sure that they're aware that there are issues with those nets. And the other thing that we do, just recognizing the amount of traffic with waste vehicles along that section of the 103, we do have contracts in place where periodically they will go out and specifically clean along the sides of that piece of highway, just to ensure that it gets a little bit of extra attention, because we do recognize that does happen from time to time.
Do you know how often that cleanup happens? Just roughly.
Right off the top of my head, I don't, but I can certainly follow up and let you know about that.
Okay. Just a couple other questions. I noticed that the hazardous waste facility, when there's lineups, and of course we recognize that during COVID, after COVID, everybody was in the line, but a lot of people will admit that if there's a lineup, they'll just go home and put it in their green bag. And a lot of times you have those cylinders from the small propane tanks, there's a threat of them rupturing. So I'm in support as well. I don't know what the cost would be, but to have that facility maybe opened a little bit longer on the weekends, or just so it makes it more convenient, because if people aren't willing to wait, they'll just find another way to dispose of it, which is not safe at all, because it'll be going in our landfill. And finally, I have a few parents that have emailed me and called me about getting involved in the litter pickup. A lot of what Councillor Purdy was talking about, but they don't have the sticks and the gloves and the garbage bags and all of that stuff. And I've tried to go on the website myself to find out how they do this, but it's not really helpful. The only thing I can find is Adopt a Highway. And I just wonder if we're going to make the website a little more easier to maneuver. I don't know, do they go directly to, who do they go to if they want to get this kind of stuff to do a pickup? Please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, anyone can go to, the website is nspickmeup.ca. And there's a registration button right on that main page that will take residents. Basically what will happen is they'll be asked to register their event. So they just fill out some basic contact information when they want to plan their event. Once they've registered, they'll receive a confirmation email from the Pick Me Up group, and that will give them information on where to pick up their supplies, so their gloves and their bags. And right now in HRM, those are available for pickup at our customer service centers. So all a resident has to do is go into the customer service center to pick up those supplies. With regards to sticks, we have a very limited supply of those. So we can supply them on a first come, first served basis, but we definitely try to reserve those for cleanups that are happening along highways, because we have vests as well as the sticks. So we just want to make sure that we're, giving those to the groups who are in those sort of riskier areas where they may be cleaning up. But yeah, all of the information is nspickmeup.ca.
Okay. Yeah, the sticks are very important. I'm just wondering, is there a way to possibly squeeze, I mean, I can't imagine how expensive they would be, but is there a way that your department might be thinking of getting another supply? Because if people are willing to pick up the garbage, they're not going to be bending over all the time. I have older people that want to pick up garbage. I have students that want to pick up garbage, but to be bending over every 2 seconds to pick up a little wrapper would be a lot easier to have the stick. So that might be a small investment we could look at incorporating. But anyway, I do thank you. Thank you very much, Shannon.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, colleagues. And mainly, I was just looking to buzz in here because, I mean, it is an easy target, and none of us like to see litter or illegal dumping in our communities. And it's an easy target to beat up on the folks that do that. And certainly there are some that are well worth the shame and the vitriol. But I just wanted to again remind council of the section of the report that deals with root causes. And so two of the things, and this came from the survey of 118 illegal dump sites, that in many instances you're getting trash and illegal dump sites, and it's because somebody who was well-meaning hired someone to get rid of that waste, and the contractor just dumped it there so that they could basically pocket the money twice, the money for the fee for getting rid of it, and then what they should have been paying for the proper disposal. So there's an enforcement piece there, and we probably do have a public education piece of trying to, as part of our litter campaign, we probably should be saying, look, if you're doing renovations, ask for a receipt to make sure that your stuff is not getting dumped off the side of some back road or cul-de-sac or something like that. But the other piece is the survey indicated that offenders had often experienced a major life event, such as an eviction, a breakdown of a relationship, a death in the family. I'm sorry, phone's ringing here. So are we really served by piling on to someone when they're in an emotionally distraught, going through a really difficult time in their life? I don't think it really serves any benefit to be doing that. I think there's other kind of more complicated social pieces that we really need to look at in terms of being able to deal with that portion of it. I'm not sure exactly what they are, but I think, finding someone who's cleaning out a dead parent's house and in their not best choice moment in life, dump some stuff where they shouldn't have been, hitting them with like a $10,000 fine. That's just a little ridiculous. That's not justice, right? That's not humane. So, I think there's some more complicated piece here that we need to look at to make sure that we have supports in place for people when they're in those difficult situations and might be about to make the wrong choice when it comes to dumping the material. That's all. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. All right, I think everybody who wanted to speak on it has had their chance. We'll go to Councillor Mancini to close.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to follow up on Shannon, a comment you made to Councillor Hensby, saying that this really doesn't get underway until 6 months' time because they have to hire and all that. To be honest, Shannon, I know this is beyond your capability at this moment, and obviously Andrew's not around, or he chiming in. 6 months is October. We're at the peak of when, oh, there is Andrew. He mentions his name, he appears. Look at that. You know, Andrew and Shannon, 6 months to start this program is way too late. It's October. We've got the springtime is the worst time for illegal dumping. And I would suggest, and maybe Councillor Mason can tell me, he sees illegal dumping in September because of the university. It's just, you know, it's too late. I mean, really, the ideal time is now. We should be launching this program because we're now seeing it. The winter has hopefully left us and we're seeing this illegal dumping. We've got more construction taking place. So I just think that that time frame needs to be changed. And how do we shorten that time frame? The other piece is the extended hours. You know, I think that conversation needs to be deferred to budget time when we come back to budget and bring that up, along with not only extending hours, but, you know, maybe their motion is needed to look at investigating, well, how much would a second depot cost on the Dartmouth side, and have staff research that. And with regard to, you know, the Councillor Austin's comments about major life events, and it's one of the reasons why we like Councillor Austin, because he always is worried about folks. At the same time, there are rules. Yeah, and you can make the same complaint by robbing a store because you have a major life event. You know, so I understand it shouldn't be ticketing right off the bat, and it shouldn't be $10,000 off the bat. And I think staff are aware of that. But so the biggest point I wanted to make is that 6 months, Andrew. If you could speak to that, I would appreciate it.
So I see that Andrew has joined us. Shannon was answering all the questions very well, so there was no need for him to pop up before, I don't think.
Yeah,
but
no,
Andrew,
my apologies, Shannon. I know you're always there. I was just surprised I didn't see Andrew. You're right, Mr. Mayor.
Andrew, did you want to speak to that?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. I just wanted to mention, just reaffirm what's in the report. We've clearly laid out in the report a 6-month implementation timeframe. There's practicalities. I hear what you're saying, councillor, and we'll certainly do our best to expedite, to hire a resource, to get a resource in place, to sort out service level agreements with other stakeholders like police, municipal compliance. So there is a number of things to do. So we'll do our best to get the resources in place to be able to effectively enforce the new provisions as soon as possible. And just quickly on the HSW program, just because it's been raised quite a bit, I just want to be clear with council. You know, solid waste currently is not exploring a second HSW depot location or looking at extending hours in Bears Lake. What is before council is an over in the form of providing 6 additional mobile events. So I think in the short term, that is an opportunity to look to expand the HSW program. But certainly taking a look at another depot is something we could do as a separate initiative. Thank you.
And just very quickly, Mr. Mayor, if I may, you know, the frustrating piece, Andrew, is whether it's this discussion today or other reports we've asked for, or other rules, changes we've asked for, timing is everything. I've asked, in 2018, I brought forward a motion on garbage cans and re-looking at the garbage cans, how we put those in place. Well, I just got notice the other day that we're not going to see that for another year, which is totally ridiculous. I mean, our hands are tied when we're dealing with our residents. How can we deal with this stuff? So, you know, how do we look at the rule that we're asking for to make sure it, from a timing perspective, comes out? And this is a perfect example here today. So I think it sets my frustration, Andrew, on this. But and again, Shannon, my apologies to you. I didn't want to suggest that you were answering questions properly. I fully support the work you do.
Okay, colleagues, is there any? We got Councillor. Who else? Who is the question?
And Councillor Morse has her hand up.
Councillor Morse.
Yep. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Quick question for Shannon. Could you talk a little bit, just briefly, about what sorts of infractions would get the higher level of fines? Who decides that? And if there's consideration for types of pollutants that are longer lasting in the environment? I mean, plastics are a problem, of course, but if you're leaving oil cans that are leaking into the water and that sort of thing, it's a much longer lasting pollutant.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, once the bylaw is approved by council, it would then All of the sections, the new sections of it would be forwarded to the Nova Scotia Department of Justice to be added to the Summary Offence Act. And that's where the actual fine amounts for each of the infractions would be identified. Within the bylaw, there's a range, but what happens if a case is determined to be significant? Our enforcement staff can choose to do what's called a long form prosecution, and they could look to take that offender to court. And then at that point, it would be up to the court to decide how much that fine amount is. There's nothing specific within the bylaw or the regulations that we have that would identify any differences between types of pollutants. But I would suspect that if something was of significant enough impact, then the Nova Scotia Department of Environment would likely get involved in that as well. So.
Perfect. Thanks very much. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Shannon, as we was talking here, I just remembered something that I had mentioned before, and I'm wondering if you can clarify what we have in place, and it could be 311, but I want to go down the road of how people can alert us to what they see in their community that does not put them at risk of retaliation. Sometimes there are repetitive people who will do this type of action, or it could be they might have had a notice from our bylaw department to clean up a property, for instance. And I just wondered, what is the public's role in engaging on of alerting us to evidence or a lead on who may be doing the dumping, and what it would be in place in protecting the identity of those, I guess, whistleblowers in this case, or crime prevention people, or whatever we want to term it. And have we ever given any thought to having a hotline, or and again, 311 may be it, but I just want to clarify what that role for the public could look like.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think I might ask if maybe Tanya, I see Tanya Phillips is on the line. She has more experience with reporting of infractions and whatnot. So I don't know if maybe Tanya or Connor could maybe step in and answer that more fully than I could.
I'll jump in there, Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. So one of the issues we have with will not provides in terms of like the anonymous complaints is that it makes pushing the stuff through a prosecutory end line, like actually getting that touchdown done on a prosecution, extraordinarily difficult, because we really do need the evidence and the sort of support around that. So, you know, at some point during the due process is done around an illegal dumping investigation, or a curbside solid waste, or a dumpy, or whatever it might be, there will necessarily, you know, be some level of involvement by whoever witnessed that, especially if they end up being subpoenaed. So there's a level of protection up to a certain point, but once it does hit court, of course, we do need, you know, actual people to be there and saying, this is what I saw. And that's where the stickiness of this stuff sometimes loses its ability to really get through that inline and get those prosecutions and get those really important fines we need levied on the people in question.
Okay. Thank you, Connor O'Day. Thank you, Shannon. Ready for the question, colleagues? I see no other speakers.
Question.
Let's go to the vote.
Beginning with District 11, Councillor Cuddle.
In favor?
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion?
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Oatit.
Voting yes.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor of the motion.
Mayor Savage.
In favor of the motion, so the motion carries. Thank you, Councillor Mancini. Colleagues, that takes us up to members of council items. The first one is 11.4.1, Councillor Mancini, Policing Services Review. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I put the following motion on the floor that the Halifax Regional Council direct the CAO to prepare a report based on a review of the current model of delivering policing services in Halifax Regional Municipality, to provide an evaluation of and make recommendations with respect to the effectiveness along with community safety standards of the current division of policing responsibilities in HRM between the Halifax Regional Police and the RCMP in their capacity as Nova Scotia Provincial Police. So moved.
Seconded, Councillor Russell.
Seconded by Councillor Russell. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Russell. So, colleagues, you know, it's been 25 years since amalgamation, and we all know here that there's some communities that came into amalgamation kicking and screaming along the way, but amalgamation is here and here to stay. At that time, we combined a lot of our services, including police. We took the Halifax Police Department, Bedford, and Dartmouth and combined it into HRP. My understanding at the time, we heard quite clearly, and this was before my time, obviously, that leave RCMP alone. RCMP were really taking care of some of our more rural areas at the time, and that was the decision made. Thus, we have this blended police service. That was 25 years ago. A lot has happened, a lot has changed in HRM, and we're really a different municipality than we were 25 years ago. I know there's been some reviews throughout that time, but really, I really feel today's the time to look at how we do policing here. This is not the same municipality. We more growth, more population, more diversity. And prior to COVID-19 arriving in our lives, we were booming. And even during COVID, we continued to boom to a certain extent. You know, we had the partnership has told us several times 15 new businesses have moved into HRM during COVID. So my motion is, I want to be clear, Mr. Mayor and colleagues, my motion is not an anti-RCMP motion. My motion is a simple question. Is this the right policing for the model that we have for today, for the municipality rather we have today? And not only for today, for tomorrow, because we know that as soon as the international borders come down and people are able to come into HRM like they were prior to COVID-19, that will continue to boom with the population growth. So my question really is the model that we have today the right model for today and for the future? And so what I'm looking for is simply an independent report that looks at our policing. So it could go back. I see three possible options. If this motion is passed today, the work is done. The one option may be to stay the course. Because of our geography, it makes sense to keep this blended model. So be it. The next item that might come back is, well, maybe we don't have RCMP in all the areas that are in now, because a lot of those communities they service have grown dramatically and maybe outgrown the way that RCMP do their policing. The third option may be one police force. And so whether those last two options, what does that look like? Does that improve our policing? Does that improve the community safety? How much does that cost? What are the resources that are needed? That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for us to really make a decision based on evidence, not just based on our feelings about one police service or another. So I asked a similar question when fire came to budget. Do we have the right fire service? Do we have effective firefighting with all the growth that's going on? And that conversation we had with the chief led to there's thinness in our fire protection. There are some gaps that we have to be concerned about. And now it's our job to figure out how we do that in a reasonable manner. So my motion here today is not a whole lot different. Is this the right model? And if it's a different model, what does that look like? How much does that cost? Does it give us a better end result? So I hope, colleagues, that you support this motion so we can go away, have that conversation, have that evidence presented to us. At that point in time, we can really get into even a deeper debate when they come back with a report. The only thing that I do ask for the CAO's purpose, this should be an independent of this report and the work, independent of HRP and RCMP. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and colleagues.
Thank you. Councillor Hensby.
Well, Mr. Mayor, to be the only councillor fortunate enough to be around at amalgamation and gone through the growing pains, I can tell you that this discussion has come up at least 3 or 4 times over the last 2.5 decades. And I'm hoping that if this motion goes forward, that those old reports get dusted off and reviewed again, because some of that data from those old reports is probably still relevant today as it was then. Gordon Hayward, the czar of amalgamation at the time, came up with the servicing model that we currently have with the blended police force. We've had the discussion later on in amalgamation about a police servicing cost report. We had that in the past, and I believe we had 1 or 2 other reports similar in nature. But if this report goes forward, I hope we go all in comparing apples to apples and not apples to oranges, because with an RCMP service, we pay the one price and you get everything plus more. Halifax, you pay a police officer, but what's it cost for their vehicles? What's it cost for their buildings? What's it cost for their pensions? None of that gets so-called brought into the equation when we talk about police forces and the true cost of what policing is. So if this report goes forward, it better be all in and have all the facts included, not just cherry pick certain issues to try to bolster one side or the other. And I hope some of those options are maybe a time for RCMP to do all of the territory is another option. It doesn't have to be regional police. It could be the RCMP do the entire territory. I know there has been some discussion, is the province going to have a provincial police force? You know, instead of having the RCMP as a national contract service. You know, those other discussions, I think the CAO and the chiefs of police will have to have those discussions with the Department of Justice and the Solicitor General's office. You know, what's the provincial role? What's the federal role in funding of our police? Because, you know, talk about the fire services. I don't think fire services is a fair comparison, because fire services was fully funded by the HRM at that time through area rates and community tax rates and the general rate, and then evolved over the 25 years to what we have today. A great composition and volunteer and full-time career firefighters doing the best with the resources that we give them. But the police is another matter in regards to what type of service delivery model we want to have. This will be a very emotional, gut-wrenching discussion if the report comes forward, because I could tell you the municipality, the county of Halifax, had a long history with the RCMP. A very long and beloved history with our communities, and our communities are growing up with the RCMP. And to change that over, I think could be something that could cause a lot of grief and aggravation and headaches and heartache. So I think that, you know, I'm reluctant to vote on this motion, because I think it's, my opinion, it's going to dredge up those issues of concerns and sensitivity. And but I'll have to think about it. In the meantime, I look forward to other councillors talking on this, and love to hear what the police commission has to say about it as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Just a small correction. I think you said Gordon Hayward, and I think you meant Bill Hayward. Going back to, just in case Gord's listening and wanted to make that correction for him. Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you so much to Councillor Hensby for pretty much laying out my argument for me. Now, I don't know if this is an amendment that needs to be made, because I know Councillor Mancini has said it a couple of times, but the word independent doesn't appear in the motion at all. So I don't know if this needs to be amended to say a report based on an independent review needs to be added, or whether we have just, you know, made it clear that that is what is required here. I'll leave it with the clerk's office and legal to decide whether or not it needs to be amended to say an independent review.
I'll second that if it goes that way.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kent. Appreciate that. Because that's, you know, that is definitely what the key word there is, independent. And I don't want old reports dusted off a shelf and recycled and regurgitated. I'm sorry. You know, I do believe that in order to do this properly, this has got to be somebody from out of province. We need somebody with eyeballs, fresh eyeballs on this. Because to be honest, I don't think that we have a truly integrated police force right now. You know, we say the words, but I don't really think that that's what we have. You know, we've got sort of a Frankenforce of some things are integrated, some things aren't, and you know, for this report to move the needle and for it to make a difference, I think it does have to be independent, and I think it has to be somebody from out of the province, somebody who doesn't have a dog in the race. So I do support what Councillor Mancini is doing as somebody who sits on the Board of Police Commissioners, but I definitely want to add the word or the phrase "an independent review" to the motion if that is what is required. But I'll, like I said, I'll let legal and the clerk's office weigh in on that. Thank you very much.
So let's just nail that down. Councillor Mancini, you had spoken to that. From your point of view, that's a friendly amendment.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, it's friendly, and if it's required, based on what the work that is done by the CAO and his team, I'm happy to add that as a friendly amendment. That we report based on an independent review.
So, Ian, do we need a vote on that, or can we accept that as a friendly amendment? Councillor Russell, you accept that as well as the seconder?
Yes.
So, Ian, that can go in, independent report.
I have posted the revised motion into the chat.
Thank you. All right, Councillor Outhet.
Thank you, Mayor. And so that the independence of this was one concern that I had, and we've dealt with that. My feeling is, and I'll see what perhaps what the CAO has to say about this. I think that this probably should come back to us before it's underway. I think there's more direction required to what we're specifically looking for that's in this motion. I also believe that doing this independently could easily be $100,000 or $200,000, which is going to have to find a funding source at some point. So when I'm finished, maybe Jacques could address those two things: whether it needs to come back for more direction and whether we need to find a funding source for this. It's also there's actually 4 or 5 balls in the air right now with police too. And I remember when we had the budget meeting with police, I asked the chief to address these. We've got the defunding report coming from the police commission. We have the deployment, internal deployment, and who should be responding report, and we have the service standards report that Councillor Nicol asked for. So we've actually already got 4 balls in the air, if you will, on reports that we're waiting for on policing. And I'd like to think that somehow or other, at some point, these are all going to dovetail together. The other concern that I have is I was around in, I think it was 2009, when we brought forward the previous report on this, and that largely focused on financial savings. And it was projected that there would be some financial savings, but I had some significant questions about the business cases. There was a lot of assumptions in there. This equipment would be given to us. These buildings would be given to us. 70% of the RCMP would join the HRP force and resign from the RCMP. There were huge assumptions here that I ended up having a lot of problems with. My feeling this time is that there has got to be more than, is there a cost saving of this? I think the things that's really driving a number of these things for a number of folks is the pros and cons, as folks have mentioned, the deep dive. But also, would we have more control through the police commission if we had one force and it wasn't RCMP? Would we be able to come up with some more control in the contract? I think a number of folks are upset about the contract, but we can't really specify the number of bodies, the service standards, these sort of things. The way if we outsource, if you will, a garbage or snow removal, where you can have a book this thick of all the things they have to do and whatnot. We have very little control over the RCMP when it comes to that, and not really a whole lot more with HRP, but I think some believe we do. So my big concern of this is that we have not given enough direction yet on what Tony and others are looking for here, and it's going to be costly. And how are we going to have this all sort of come together with these other 4 reports that are very also integral to this when we talk about service standards, response times, defunding, etc. So Jacques, maybe if you could help me with that a little bit.
So just before we go to Jacques, we don't normally get into debate on these, but I think those are relevant, particularly around what your question, Councillor Arthur, of whether this would come back to us before it goes to be done as we get it scoped. So Jacques, any comments on those would be helpful.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, Councillor Deputy Mayor Oathead. What we would envision here is crafting up an RFP, putting out an RFP, and bringing that RFP result back to council for adjudication. So, what I foresee here is the council being in control of the work. So you're absolutely right. The RFP would come back. There will be a cost associated with the award of the RFP. There will be a funding source attached to that. You can expect somewhere in the range that you spoke to, Deputy Mayor, for something like this. I did a full service review in Moncton when I was there. That was a number of years ago. We just did one not long ago with Perryvale and Taylor here for council. So you're not far off the cost, I would say. So all of this would have to be examined independently. There will be participation by myself. I would envision a steering committee, probably myself and Jane Fraser and probably John Fraze, and maybe one or two others from the senior level team that would be working with the consultant to land this information. We have a lot of data and information that we could pull out. All the previous reports would be examined and made available to consultants, and it has to be an apples to apples configuration as well. So you can be assured that that's what it would be. All the issues, all the factors will be considered, and all the pros and cons will be laid out there.
And I think that these not just the cost savings as well. I think these, when we say pros and cons, there's the real nitty gritty day-to-day operational impacts or alleged impacts, etc. as well. So, all right, thank you very much, Jacques. I feel better about that. I certainly want to support the spirit of this, but I think we've got a big tiger by the tail here that's going to have some parameters put around it. So, thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So right from the start, this doesn't feel good to me because, and I'm sorry, I'm using the language of feel, it doesn't seem good to me because the first thing I think of is why now? Why now to look at this kind of review when I look back and see that we did the Perryvale and Taylor consultant partners in policing resource review, partners in policing in August of 2019. 2020 reports came forward from council and had some consideration around this. January 14th, 2020. I guess I would like Jacques, after I'm finished speaking, to just tell me what is different for those reports to what council considered, and how would this be different? I'd like to know, just remind us when a contract might come up so that there would actually be any option for change. We are in one of the councillors, I think it was Councillor Oathead, mentioned that we are in the middle of some significant pressures, not only in the municipality around COVID recovery, our community's recovery, and implications of the effects of COVID on the residents in our communities. That's not insignificant. It is significant. And then the potential to have them be concerned around, and David Hensby, I think, is absolutely bang on around concerns around policing changes. I am it's no surprise, I'm a big fan of RCMP, but I'm also equally a fan of HRP. Do I want to see a better integration of the two? Because I think it was mentioned already. Councillor Blackburn brought it up that I don't believe we're fully integrated at this point. I think that there are still improvements we can make on that. And I think when we have a fully integrated situation of 2 police forces. My God, how good would that be? We would be the only one in the country, and that should be celebrated. We should give them all the tools that they need to really make this work. What Halifax brings to the table, how HRP and what the RCMP bring to the table are both really unique and great. Let's work towards keeping that, in my opinion. But that's it. That's my opinion for now. What I'm struggling with right now is, one, the potential cost. Are we going to add this into the mix of potentially looking at aligning this in our budget deliberations and adding another piece to it, when at a time when I know the residents in my district are going to have a hard time, I think, grappling with even just a flat rate, let alone not decreasing it. I have to know, like, why would we be asking our departments, our 2 policing services, to undergo the support of an independent review? And I did second that motion, because that would be an important piece should this go through. But why would we put that on the table right now? We have the COVID recovery, we have the Wortley report, we have the defunding report, we have in-house things that our policing services are already dealing with. Do we need to throw that in the mix now? Do we need to do it now? Is this something that we could look at within a number of years of the contract, when we actually have a horizon where we have to make some decisions? I'm just concerned about why do it now. I would like to know. I support as well. If I'm not, first of all, I'm not really feeling like I'm going to support this because of these points. But should it go through, I do like the idea of it coming back to council. CAO, perhaps you can help me understand the response that it's an independent review, but we would have a team leading it. In how is it when we would decide the team internally, how is that independent? So to help me understand what's at play for that. So I'll leave it with you, and if we miss any of my questions, I'll come back. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Councillor Kent. So a lot to unpack there.
Yes.
First of all, in such an exercise, and not unlike the last exercise that was done by Perryville and Taylor, there was a steering committee assigned to this. So the CAO, I stood up a steering committee on my own to help guide and provide access to the organization, to the consultants, so they can get information in a timely way, right? So through the independence of the CAO's office, because I'm your employee, I'm your only employee, so I'm accountable to council and responsible to council. So I am independent of the organization to that extent. So I'm the conduit to information and resources within the organization. So you have to have that level of oversight so that I can go back to council and provide updates and provide with the consultant, obviously, and also provide access to resources and information. In a situation like this, I'm going to have to, speak. I would be working with the chief, the chief superintendent of the RCMP, making sure that they're aware of council's direction, they're aware of the need to collaborate, provide information that the consultant needs to do the analysis and assessment of all the facts, right? So that is why it would be done that way. It's typically how you do it. The question of what's different. So the last review that we did was really to take a look at the civilianization question within policing. So, at the time, the Board of Police Commissioners and Council were asking questions about, can we save money by civilianizing certain functions within the police service, right? And, certainly I know that Chief of Police at the time and Chief Superintendent at the time were actively involved in those conversations. We're actively looking at ways they could actually civilianize certain positions to make things less costly as opposed to sworn officers, right? So that was really the focus of that review, was to look at different ways that they could collaborate better, that they could actually civilianize and reduce costs. What was not on the table, was not part of the scope, was this question, i.e. the structure of policing within HRM. That was not part of the scope. Council was very clear at that time. That is a question that that nobody wanted to ask at that particular time, because they want to be more focused on the cost and the issue of civilianization, right? On your question about the contracts. So we fall under the RCMP contract, or the Minister of Public Safety Canada's contract with the province of Nova Scotia. And the province of Nova Scotia is contracted through the Minister of Public Safety, the RCMP to be the provincial police service. So that's the contract. That contract will be in effect for at least the next, as long as the province wants to keep it in place. But I think the outside date of that contract, I believe, is in near 2036 or something like that. So there's, that contract is not with us, it's with the province and the federal government, right? And the province is now currently has announced, and I'm not sure what the status of it is today, but the province announced their own review of police services across Nova Scotia, including all municipal police forces. So they're doing a separate review. The scope of that is unknown to me. I need to have some conversations with the Deputy Minister of Justice and others in the province to determine all that. So that'll play into this whole process as well, right? So what's different now is that, so the contract, question of when the contract comes up is not relevant in this context, because that, council chose to continue with the RSMP for the next 15, 20, 50 years. That's likely what would happen, because it's right now they are the provincial police service. Question of whether they remain the provincial police service is not our call to make. It's the province's call to make, right? So as long as the RCMP is there, we would be in there. And the way that works, there's two ways the RCMP delivers services in Nova Scotia. One, through the provincial, what they call the umbrella contract, which we are under, which is funded 70-30, 70% by the municipality that receives the service, and 30% by the federal government to reflect the cost of federal policing within the jurisdiction. It's in that sort of framework, right? So right now, the area that's serviced by the RCMP is covered by that umbrella contract at a 70-30 split. And the province simply announces to us every year what that contract amount is, right? Like they did in the budget. You saw that in the budget documents when police came before budget. Here's the amount of money. You don't have any oversight over that necessarily, like you do with HRP. Now, I would also put the caveat to this is that under the Police Act, council can't tell the police chief how to do policing. What you do have is the Board of Police Commissioners, who by statute has oversight, civilian oversight over the operation of the HRP, and is there to advise. It's not the same level of control over the RCMP, because they're simply in an advisory capacity to the RCMP. The way policing RCMP are governed is nationally through the commissioner of the RCMP, right? So that's the governance model. It's different, right? It would be different if you had one unitary police force. So I think I answered the question about the contract, the cost, what's different now, and question of why now. That's really a question of council, and perhaps the mover of the motion. But the fact is that council has directed me to actually do another study, which is really looking at the intersection between social services agencies and police. And this is sort of an extension of the conversation we had around civilianization. So this whole question of when do you send sworn officers into an incident, as opposed to social workers or psychologists or such social agents, social workers, is a question and a study that's ongoing now. So, I guess one could argue, rightly or wrongly, that if you're going to do that work, you might want to look at the structure at the same time, right? So that's how I can answer. That's my answer to that, Mr. Mayor, and happy to take any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lovelace.
Thank you. I am I guess I can say I'm just so amazed at how much information there has been and brought to council over the last 25 years. Obviously, we are in a position right now where there is a plethora of information for us to look at, lots of reports, as my councillor colleagues have pointed out. But I think what's different in this approach and in this motion is that it is specifically looking at community policing standards. What are those safety standards within our communities? And so to answer the question, why now? Well, for me, it's because there are significant pressures within all of HRM to provide adequate and equity within our policing service. And certainly while we have an integrated police force with HRP and RCMP, we actually don't have an fully integrated police force. And there are lots of reasons which we've just talked about, but primarily if we're talking about how HRP and RCMP can work together a little bit better, we can point to communications. We can point to other opportunities within both of those units to work better together from an effective and efficiency perspective. I disagree with Councillor Mancini. I really truly believe that there are more than 3 options here. Certainly, we can look at various other sort of cost-saving measures, efficiencies, and how these 2 units can be working together better. But I think in order to do that, we would have to have the provincial government at the table, and working with us to permit HRM to actually do that. And, in addition to that, I do think that it's quite frankly unrealistic to consider that the current model of RCMP and HRP integrated policing service actually serves all people within the municipality equally, because it doesn't. And from what I'm hearing from my residents in District 13 in the rural areas, they're not seeing the enforcement, they're not seeing the RCMP, and that's because we don't have them in the same numbers. We don't have the same number of bodies as the suburban areas and urban areas do. Yet we have a huge expanse geographic area to cover. And so when I think about ways that we could look at integrated training, that's another option. HRP is receiving different training than RCMP. So obviously, and they have different services available to each of them. So I do think that it's important for us to have an independent review, which aligns, I think, really nicely with the current report that's coming to council. I understand, hopefully quite soon, this year in particular, that looks at the alternative policing options and find ways to provide the services, whether it's civilianization or, other alternative policing services within our communities, because we know we need them. And we're not doing the best job that we could to provide equitable policing service across all of HRM. And so I guess with that, my question is to CAO, if you could please explain to us, within this policing review, what level of responsibility does the provincial government have to engage within this review?
Go ahead, Jacques.
Well, certainly the Department of Justice is responsible for the provision of the contract, the signature of the contract with the federal government. So, we'll certainly be engaging with them as we go through this. And I suspect that they'll be engaging with us in terms of their review as well, assuming it goes ahead. So I'm sure there will be conversations there with them, and any information we need, we'll be asking, and we'll be asking for their input as well in various elements, as we did in the previous reviews. There was good engagement between both parties in that respect.
And is that provincial review currently underway or about to get underway?
We don't know at the moment. The last communication was the announcement of the review, and we're just now waiting to see whether the new government under Premier Rankin will determine whether that review is going to go forward or not. I've not heard anything to the contrary.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So when this first came up, I'll have to admit that I didn't have an immediate response for or against. I really needed to think about it District 1 has such a significant RCMP presence, or sort of that's who does the majority of our policing. And the residents of District 1, they're a bit divided. I would say some say that, and no, they're not divided, sorry. I should say that they're supportive of the RCMP. They would just like to see more. So very much they would like to see a higher presence about it. The addition of saying that the report would be independent, I believe, is probably our balancing, which is really, really, I think that part is the most welcome part of the motion, is that it is independent, and therefore, hopefully there is no filter assigned to it. I am a bit concerned about how you compare apples to apples. HRP has one set of services, RCMP has another, RCMP has additional services that they also bring to us. So the challenge of looking at what exactly are you comparing, I think, is going to be a significant piece of work. And with that in mind, and the same as Councillor Oathead has said, will that then mean that we are looking at an over budget allocation that's going to be required in order to get this work done? That's my question.
Yeah. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So what would happen in this case is we would put out an RFP, and the price scheme would come back, and then council would have to determine whether which to go forward with that, not at that price. And in that report coming back to you will be a source of funding. This would typically come under the contingency funding of council's budget, or we would take the money out of reserves, is how this would end up getting paid for. Right? Just to give you a sense of timing, this is not something that will happen overnight. This is about a 2-year process to get from start to finish before you actually get this review, get an RFP out the door, get a consultant in place, do all the analyses. And you're absolutely right. This is, doing an apples to apples assessment of this is challenging because you have to get into the weeds and into the details as to actually who's doing what to who. So this would take about that time, and the costs are to be determined. But council will control that.
And if I may, determining the scope of the RFP, that would be done by your office, of course. Is the Board of Police Commissioners or the RCMP, would they be involved in any way in helping to determine scope?
Yeah, I would have conversations with the RCMP. I would have conversations with Chief Kinsella, with Chief Superintendent Janice Gray, and like the lead programman of the RCMP, who's the Assistant Commissioner here in Nova Scotia, and others, right? And we have people in this organization who were actually involved in other reviews of this nature before. So we have lots of people in procurement. We have lots of experts that can help craft up an RFP. We would also do an environmental scan across Canada. I know the Surrey, BC just recently did one. So we would look at other jurisdictions, not only in Canada but also in the United States in terms of their scopes. And there's a ton of knowledge out there in terms of scoping out these kinds of reviews.
Right. And so speaking of your expertise that you have, our amazing Auditor General, would the Auditor General in any way have some input?
That's not something I would go to her on at this time. Okay. It's outside of the scope of an Auditor General's work under her mandate, but I might actually ask your opinion on certain things in the scope of during the scope of the review.
Yes.
Once we get it going, but certainly not the RFP side of it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So just to be clear, this is not something that we'll be budgeting as part of our current budget process. This will come back as part of next year with the source of funding, if that's what is determined. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mayor and colleagues. Good discussion and good questions. So I'm not going to go too far, obviously, just because also just asking for a report, but clarification questions. Really, some of them have been asked about the other reports that have happened and are ongoing, and some of the other processes that are going on. So what I'm wondering, Jacques, from your knowledge, I know that from what I hear, there's only really 2 or maybe even 3 main organizations or bodies or groups who can do this kind of work, and we used one of them for our previous report. So I'm wondering if that's the same knowledge that you have. And the other comment I have is really on the motion itself, and it's been mentioned, so I don't know if it's needed, because there's two pieces. One is it needs to come back. Well, it is going to come back to us, obviously, when you create the RFP, but also the funding where the funding is going to come from. So is that something that we're just implying is going to come back, or do we need to put that in the motion at all?
Yes, thank you, Councillor, through Mr. Mayor. So the funding piece of it would be coming back to council along with the recommendation to award or not an RFP, right? So in that recommendation award, there would be an amount of money there that we'd be seeking to actually award the contract. So that would be under council's discretion at that point. So, and there will be a source of funds identified at that time. So, if you think about it, probably 6 to 8 months from now, you get a document back in front of council, and the source of funds will likely be two places. One is the contingency money in the budget, or the other one will be a reserve, an operational reserve amount that will be drawn from reserves. As far as the number of players out there in the marketplace for this kind of work, you're absolutely right. It's a very limited field. We'd be looking nationally and internationally, and there's probably a handful of folks that are in the business of doing this kind of work. I can tell you that in the United States, there are a number of folks that exist that have a lot of experience because of the crash in 2008. There's a number of consultants that emerged from that, and now in Canada there are very, very few. And I'm aware of about a handful across the planet.
Great. Yeah, I will thank you, Jacques. I won't comment too much. The other piece, which is important as well, I'll just mention that you've already mentioned, is the provincial review that is ongoing, and there's only been a news release on that, and we don't really know what that means. So I'm hoping as the Board of Police Commissioners we get pulled into that, and we'll be sending a letter to the minister, the new minister, to say that we also want to be included in that process as well. So I'll support this and see how it goes forward. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Austin, I think.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I will be supporting this. I thank Councillor Mancini for bringing this forward. I think it is, with everything going on in policing, it is something that we really need to look at. My understanding of past reviews is they were primarily, it was primarily a financial sort of exercise, looking at, well, whether we can save money with the policing model. I think that's important to look at again, and as Councillor Outhead just pointed out, to check some of the assumptions that were made. But the piece that I really want to emphasize that I'm hoping to see that comes back in this is also an assessment as to, does the governance model, particularly with the RCMP, allow us to, does it limit us from pursuing police reform, whether it's defunding, whatever you want to call it, civilianizing, whether or not that is compatible with the RCMP. Because I have to say this is not a knock against our local people, as Councillor Mancini as well has said several times, but it is not encouraging when the RCMP cannot even manage 3 simple words: I am sorry, for the street checks issues that we've faced. It doesn't fill one with optimism that because they're so they're nationally controlled, that we will be able to implement changes in policing if we decide to go down that road with the RCMP as a partner. So I really hope that as part of this review, we can also look at that governance piece to make sure that it's about the future piece, about making sure that we actually have the ability to change policing should we wish to, as part of the other processes that are underway. So I really hope that piece is front and center in that, because that is one of it. George Floyd's trial's underway, or the trial regarding George Floyd's murder is underway in the States now. I mean, that policing issue is not going away. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Your Worship and colleagues. So it's good discussion. I'm a little concerned that, immediately there was kind of this divide, and people saying, well, we love our RCMP, we don't want to get rid of our RCMP. I think that's prejudging what could come out of any such review. And so to Councillor Austin's point, I mean, I have sort of three broad buckets, if you will, of what I think the review should look at. And obviously governance is one of them, as Councillor Austin mentioned. Financial is certainly something I think we need to look at as well. I mean, you know, efficiencies are important. There's no point in having one or two or multiple jurisdictions in one regional municipality being policed by different agencies if that's more expensive or less expensive. And I think we need to know that. But the other one is public safety, and lots of councillors have talked about this. I think Councillor Lovelace really hit on it nicely. Is it's about the standards that we have. It's about are our communities being, surveilled and monitored and policed in such a way that we're actually getting good public safety. And of course, I have confidence, generally in the way the police have managed a number of aspects of public safety. And we see this in the fact that the crime severity indices generally have been going down. And so when we think about the amount of money we spend on policing, I think before revenue and fees are taken into account, HRP expenditures are projected to be $99 million this year, and RCMP is $29.4 million. So it's not like a couple $100,000 wouldn't be well spent managing $130 million worth of expenditures. I think that's probably a good deal if we get that for that price. Many councillors have talked about all the balls that are kind of in the air right now, and they've been described. But of course, the defunding report is not a council report. That's from the Board of Police Commissioners, and that's looking at what are the things that police are doing, and is there money that could be diverted to other things? And this kind of is in line with Councillor Mason's motion, which was around the services that police provide and whether or not they should be doing things like mental health calls. They should be doing crossing guards. They should be doing, violation tickets in various areas. Could other people do them better? And of course, Councillor Nichols' motion was around those service standards. So they're totally unrelated to what Councillor Mancini is bringing forward today. And I support what Councillor Mancini is bringing forward today because all we're looking at is and to I think a couple of councillors have mentioned his point around, there's three options, and I agree with Councillor Lovelace and others that there's probably more than three options. You could still end up with RCMP and HRP, but do the communities and the borders look the same as they do now? I don't know. We have a lot of rural edges to our community that we might find efficiencies, partnering maybe with neighboring municipalities and keeping that in the provincial government contract. And that makes sense in a large, I don't know. We won't know until the review comes back, and I don't want to prejudge it. What I want, and I'm glad we're having this discussion, is what are the salient points that are important to all of us in our communities. And I think based on what Mr. Mayor, you've been very liberal with a councillor's motion and how much staff time you've given, but I think this is an important one. And I thank Mr. Dubé for his comments on this, because I think he needs to have a good understanding of where our minds are in terms of what we're looking for in the review without prejudging what the outcomes of that review are going to be. So I'm fully in support of this. 2.5 decades after amalgamation, I think it's a really good time to look at this, because we are looking at policing reforms. We are looking at these efficiencies, and I'm looking forward to that process and getting to, in a year or two, whatever comes out of this, and then have that discussion again at council is what direction do we want to go in with the information that we have at that time. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you. I think we've heard from everybody who, no, we haven't. I'm sorry, Councillor Purdy.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I was just love the conversation, hearing from all of you. I'm still waffling. I really don't understand the timing, and if the province is going to be well, I guess it's still up in the air. It hasn't quite. We don't know if the new government will take this on their own review. It feels like there's just so many reports on the go and reviews on the go. The timing just seems kind of, I don't know, it doesn't feel right. And if the province isn't going to sit at the table, like Councillor Lovelace has said that that would be necessary for this review. Like, do we have a guarantee that the province would even engage in that type of review with us? And I want to be able to support this because I see the benefit of doing a big high level review of policing and HRM. Of course, I mean, every organization does that. You review to see where efficiencies can be, done a little better, and where there's gaps in the services and the systems. But is the timing and the money on top of everything with our budget, and me wanting to keep everything as low as possible and seeing our parking lot get bigger and bigger. And then, one more thing at this point in time with COVID recovery, like Councillor Kent had mentioned, it just feels like, whoa, there's too much coming at us. So just wondering if you could just speak to the timing again, and with the province doing their own review, like wouldn't that be a conflict of HRM and the province trying to review all at the same time?
Through Mr. Mayor, through you to Councillor Purdy. So the province's review is, the scope of it is unknown. So I really have to speak to it based on some assumptions, right? So as I mentioned in my earlier comments, the RCMP is the provincial police service, provincial police force appointed by the province to police Nova Scotia outside of the municipal police forces that exist. All municipal police forces, that said, all municipal police forces exist under provincial statute, right? So the province actually determines how policing happens in Nova Scotia. And police services is a mandatory service provision. It's something that you have to provide your residents. And in this case, obviously council has decided that it wants to deliver police services through HRP and the RCMP is this amalgamation, right? So that's how it works. So, the extent that the province would obviously collaborate with us and work with us on our review, to the extent we would work with them on their review. We just don't know what the scope of theirs is yet. We have a pretty good sense of what ours would look like going forward. So once that's known, we'll be trying to integrate that work to the extent that we can and look for efficiencies in terms of those reviews and how we can best work together. That's a subject to be, or a discussion to be had. The question of timing, whether at the end of the day, regional council is required to provide policing in its boundaries. And no matter what the province does, the province is certainly not going to say don't do policing, right? So the province is going to say keep doing policing and let us know how you're going to do that and under the provisions of the Police Act, right? So whether they change the RCMP, change the provincial police force from the RCMP to something else is a question, is an unknown question. And even if they did, would it affect us? No, we probably simply changing one label for another label, right? So you may decide to engage whatever provincial police force to serve a certain part of HRM, whether it's the RCMP or some other police force that the province has decided is the provincial police force, right? Or not. You may decide that, there are many options here. One is HRP covering it all, RCMP covering it all, RCMP covering the same, HRP covering the same, RCMP covering something different, et cetera, et cetera. There's all kinds of options that could be looked at here, right? The question whether the RCMP continues to be the provincial police force is a decision that the province has to make, and they'll likely make that at some point, assuming that they'll complete their review and actually undertake it and land it in some fashion. All of that would take time. So the timing of it, of the review, that's the motion before you today, it's not bad timing, simply to the extent that we do have this other review that I've been asked to undertake. Councillor Curley is right. There's actually two things going on. One is council directed. This is Councillor Mason's motion of last year, which I spoke to earlier. And there's also the motion that was put by the Board of Police Commissioners, which is the defunding police question, right? And they stood up a committee looking at defunding police, right? Which is a definition of defunding police and how that intersects with, there's a bit of overlap with Councillor Mason's motion and that motion. and which is why I sort of put on hold the work that we're doing on the council motion to allow that Board of Police Commissioners work to be completed and landed. I don't want to get out there and consult on two different questions, but similar questions, right? So we need to be able to consult in an appropriate and timely way. So that the work of the defunding committee stood up by the Board of Police Commissioners is underway now, and will be, I presume, be done sometime around June, right? At that point, Amy Siciliano and I and Paul Johnson and others on my team who are looking at this question from council, we've already started that work. We're doing some background work, some environmental scan work and all that. That work is continuing. We just won't be in a position to get out there and consult the public on that work until this other group has finished, right? All that to say that the timing of putting out an RFP is a bit in lockstep. I would say that we're probably 5 to 6 months before we put out an RFP. That work of the defunding committee would have been completed by that time for sure. We'll have launched our, more fully the other work on Councillor Mason's motion, and we'd be in a position then to hopefully have a council award of a contract sometime in the fall, right? So it all does work together, and it's probably a good time. I would argue it's probably a good time that if you're going to look at the structure, it's probably the timing is now because of all these other studies that are going on. It's probably a great time to do that. Given the fact that it has been 25 years, plus there's all these other questions being looked at. Muzzle ask all the questions at once and be done with it, right?
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I am really relieved right now that the discussion has not broken down along county and urban lines or RCP, HRP lines. So I see that as a really good sign that we are going to have a really fulsome review here of the issues before us when it comes to policing. And I understand the hesitancy of some of the rural councillors. My own mother-in-law, as some of you have heard me say before, lives in Hammonds Plains. And when we talked about this over Easter dinner, she said, well, why would we want HRP out here when the federal government gives us our CMP for free? I was like, oh, Elizabeth, no, we pay $29.5 million for that. That's not free. And, so there's a whole range of discussions that we need to have about how our policing is delivered in a way that works for HRM, for all of HRM. I don't see this motion as anything but complementary to the motions already on the table at the Board of Police Commissioners and my motion about police review, because we need to understand to what extent, if we want to partially or fundamentally change how we police and provide public safety in Halifax, that HRP and RCMP can come along to do that. And I'm going to just say bluntly, I have concerns about the RCMP because of the concerns that Councillor Austin already raised, that we may want them to go into territory, into that new realm of public safety delivery post George Floyd, Black Lives Matter, and all that stuff that will be hard for them to do as a force that's run by, a distant hierarchy in Ottawa. So we need to understand what they can and can't do for us. And indeed, it's been touched on by Councillor Lovelace. The RCMP and HRP are not integrated. They're not integrated. They are integrated for major crime, and CID works together. And certainly we've got military police in there and lots of other resources from other agencies in there. But, when we had the debate a couple of years ago about whether we should fund more crime analysts for the RCMP over and above the contract amount we already pay for policing, which is supposed to be an all-in amount. What we didn't do is we didn't, as a council, it was interesting. It wasn't until later that Steve Craig and I were talking about it, and we realized we had never actually said, come back to us with a scope of what crime analysis is required for both forces for HRM. Not for RCMP, not for HRP, but for HRM. Is there capacity in HRP that isn't being used? How come we're hiring for RCMP? I thought we had an integrated force. we need to have more discussions about that. And my other concern here is to better understand, to bring it back to, the changes in public safety delivery that I anticipate will come around mental health and all the other things we've talked about, compliance, unarmed, less about going straight to police. Is how are we going to oversee that? The Police Act says that the police advisory boards for the RCMP have almost the same power as the board of police commissioners. They don't hire and fire the chief, and they don't the chief superintendent, and they don't set the budget. But pretty much all the other stuff is the same. There's one word missing at the top that says that they can direct, but then it says, but they can, da, 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 da. So it's also important to understand the role of civilian oversight on the RCMP, the Police Act being relatively new, and our recent efforts to actually rigorously follow and enforce and act on the Police Act means none of this has really been tested in Nova Scotia before. My view is the Police Act requires these things. I'll just close by saying, that both forces need to listen to the board. I'll close by saying, I think regardless of where we land with RCMP and HRP, it's important that we have a clearer contractual arrangement with the province of Nova Scotia in terms of what the RCMP is expected to do on HRM. Right now, we have a memorandum of understanding. We don't have clear guidelines or service standards, which I think we need to have. If that was an outcome, if that alone was an outcome, that would be progress from where we are now. But the fact that we have policing that we don't have an agreement for on boundaries that exist just because of pre-amalgamation political boundaries, none of that makes sense to me. So we're going to have to, that has to change. And I look forward to having a discussion about that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, second time, Councillor Kent, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you all to all my colleagues as well for being so articulate and chiming in. I do feel a little better around the potential for this to be over a couple of years. I'm still struggling with layering another financial implication on this year's budget, so I can live with that. I do also want to be very, very clear around the service standards position and the community policing and such within our districts that have RCMP. I too as well hear that they're not seeing RCMP as much. The reality is that it is geographically much larger a scope of area to cover. The number of policing officers, whether it's HRP or RCMP, it would be near impossible for the municipality to actually afford having the same officer to population ratios in the more rural areas as well as what they would in the urban center. So I do think that I'm still a little, I'd like to hear from Councillor Mancini, who put the motion on the floor, brought the motion to council to answer the question, why now? I'd like to hear his take on that. I also think that I was on council when one of the iterations of this kind of review or talk discussions happened with Chief Gord Burnett, may he rest in peace. He was helpful at the time in helping me as a new councillor understanding being thrown into this, very similar to all of the new councillors, this kind of conversation and decision making early in your mandate it's a tricky space to be. I think that as well the tone of the conversation also was set a little bit with Councillor Mancini's interpretation of what options could come out at the end. I agree with whoever made the statement that those three are only three potential outcomes. I would suggest that we should be hesitant in saying any outcomes, because if we're going to be fair and open to whatever might come out of a review like this, we have to be open to everything and anything. Service standards is a big piece of this, and I can support that. I still have, I guess I have some of the leftover feelings related to often a sense that the RCMP are the disposable piece. and that there's an automatic default to HRP if there was that kind of position being taken in the background. Lots of people who've been around a lot longer than me are chirping in our ears and will be throughout this whole process. Rest assured, there will be a lot of people who will engage in this conversation. You can expect it from your residents, you can expect it from former councillors, you can expect it from your colleagues in the legislature and probably at the provincial level, federal level. So, and for service members of the past, service members, people who want to become service members. So just expect that throughout the process. I hope that we have an opportunity, should this pass, I hope there's an opportunity for further dialogue from a council perspective like this before the RFP goes out, so we can have some kind of dialogue with you, Jacques, maybe whether or not it's in council space or it's offline, around making sure that we have a full understanding of what that's going to look like before it goes out to tender. So for now, I'm still hesitant here. I'm going to reserve my position on whether or not I'll be in favor of this. I'd like to hear from Councillor Mancini on why he's bringing this forward now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rouse a second time. Deputy Mayor. Deputy Mayor?
Sorry, I am here and the button wasn't cooperating. Sorry, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to, and I'm trying to get the camera to come up. I just wanted to clarify, when I made my comments about how there was a lot of balls in the air, and there are, and they're integrated. They're absolutely integrated. And I have no problem with all these balls being in the air at the same time. And I have no problem with this ball being added to it. My concern is how they come back. And I use the term dovetail. So while we have a group saying we should be defunding police, at the same time as we're going to have another group saying that the suburban and rural areas are under-policed and we should probably be adding police, be it RCMP or HRP. We have another group saying that if you outsourced some of these facilities, you might save money. So with that, then that looks at the financial implications of this. Then you're going to have another group saying, well, if we outsource this and we had these sort of things done by civilians, would we need as many police? And then you're going to have police saying, well, that's nice, but the first thing these civilians do when they get into a tough situation is look for police backup. And that is true. So I don't know how. I think, Jacques, what we need to do is have some kind of order on how these things are going to come back, is who's going to do the service, if we're going to be adding more or fewer, if we're going to be civilianizing some of them, if we're going to be integrated, when do we send in a social worker, when do we send in a policeman, when do we send in a policeman with a social worker? And I really cannot see how these coming back shouldn't be in some kind of a logical order, that we don't have something coming back to us every few months. And this report says cut, cut, cut. This one says add, add, add. This one says combine, combine, combine. And we're in the middle of a three-ring circus, regardless of who provides the service. That's my big worry, because the chief is looking at deployment as well. And the chief is looking at where people need to be, and he's looking at who they can send in instead of police. And we've got Waste Motion doing the same thing. We know that the fund definition is going to say, and we know that the rural areas feel under-policed. So when I say there's a lot of balls in the air, I'm fine with all these things going on, but how in the devil are we going to have one sort of consolidated discussion, because these things are absolutely integrated and connected hand in glove. Thank you. Jacques, if you have thoughts on that.
Sure, Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. So the short answer is you won't. So the reason I say that is that the committee that's looking at defunding police has a tight timeline and a tight mandate provided by the Board of Police Commissioners, and I would anticipate that they will be back before the Board of Police Commissioners sometime May, June.
Okay.
I can't speak on behalf of Elle Jones, who chairs that committee, but I expect she wants to get the work done, and knowing Elle, she'll get the work done, and she'll be back to the Board of Police Commissioners within the next 2 or 3 months. The work that's being undertaken as a result of council's motion that Councillor Mason put will likely get integrated into this work. But I need to have more conversations about that with my team and with potential consultants and other experts going forward. What council will likely see is just some interim reporting going forward, some information reports that are likely to flow out of the work that will be going on over that time frame. Because while they're connected, they are quite a bit distinct. So, you know, I have Paul Johnson and Dr. Amy Siciliano working on the other report, on that motion, and we're starting to pull information together, and you'll get information reports going forward. So, and then the final report that would integrate all of that information together would come probably within 2 years from now, approximately, right? So the final report coming from the consultant will take into account all those reports, plus all the previous reports that would have been put before council since amalgamation.
Okay.
So we are.
Deputy, if you got 5 seconds at the very most.
No, don't worry about it. No, it's all right. That's all right.
I think we all have to just recognize that we can't expect the CAO to have all these answers right now. If this passes, they will take it and they'll balance it with everything else that we have and keep us informed as to their thinking. And as he said, there'll be stages on this that it'll come back to us for our eyes as well. Councillor Lovelace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a very quick comment. I don't think that we can understate the importance of the role of the RCMP and HRM. They currently police 95% of the geographic area. You know, so that is an immense amount of communities and spaces and businesses and residents and streets and so on. But on our borders, you know, I think about Sackville and Mount Uniacke, Hubbards and the Lunenburg County line. Those communities are growing as well. And so the pressures, you know, for the RCMP also to be sort of going outside of HRM is also important for us to recognize. And as we grow, and we're growing immensely, you know, and these communities on those borders between RCMP and HRP grow, and the suburban communities grow, certainly we need to be able to be flexible in the way that we provide policing services and community safety overall in HRM. So I will be supporting this motion. I'm really grateful, colleagues, for this great conversation today. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Just trying to see, where am I at here? Is there, Councillor Purdy, did you have something else? Councillor Purdy?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I just kind of piggyback on Councillor Lovelace again. I think Councillor Cleary was the one that said, you know, we're all jumping on, we love our RCMP. And I think that is important because the messaging of this motion could come across as it's trying to get rid of the RCMP and HRM. And I think that is some perception that's out there. And so you have all helped me understand through this amazing discussion that it is not that. It is a review process of what is right now, and with the changing dynamics of HRM and how it all works together and functions and how it should. So thank you for that. And yeah, I just wanted to say the perception is not always the case. And so I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, folks, I think we're going to go to Councillor Mancini, who started all this, and he's going to take us home.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Colleagues, thank you very much. This is an outstanding discussion. This is exactly what I want the motion to do, is to look at all these issues that we brought forward here today and come back with the evidence and the facts so we can continue on with this discussion. Bottom line, we're looking to see, do we have the right model when it comes to policing? And I want to clarify, and a couple of my colleagues did mention about I mentioned the 3 potential outcomes. Absolutely, that was just 3. There may be many more. So those are 3 that I see, and I look forward to all those outcomes. I thank you for the clarification on the 3 reports. I think Mr. Dubé and Councillor Cleary talked about those 3 reports that are out there. I agree that there's a lot of balls in the air. This is just another ball to be added. And I think my motion, I see it as being complementary to all these other motions. To Councillor Kent asking about why now. Well, as I stated in my opening, is part of it is our growth, where we are right now. When Councillor Kent, when you were last here on council, this is a different council. This is a different municipality. We're different than 25 years ago. And as we move through COVID and those borders come down, we're going to grow even faster. I truly believe that. So we want to make sure our police force is ready for it. And that's why this discussion. Other reasons why now, policing, as Councillor Austin has brought forward, is a conversation we've been having for the last year and a half now at a level we've never had before around the world. We just take a look at, as the councillor stated, George Floyd's case down in the States, the conversation we're having here in HRM about defunding the police, or as Mr. Dubé says, looking at the social work of policing, the Wortley report and the apology that was mentioned too, the street checks that came up, and that's why I'm looking at it. We had the Wortley report saying street checks are wrong. We shouldn't do it any longer. It impacted our African Nova Scotia community greatly, and our Indigenous community greatly. Our police chief made that apology, rightfully so. Now we have to put action in and follow up that action report from the Wortley report. Yet, because RCMP is controlled by Ottawa, we don't get a response on that, and probably never will. So those are some of the reasons. Understand also, RCMP costs will go up because they haven't had a raise in a long time, and now they have a union, and so those costs are going up. And let's not prejudge. I make those comments. There are some of the reasons, Councillor Kent, is why I'm making this motion forward, because of those comments. But what is the right force that we need? Look, HRP, we have issues at HRP we need to address also, and I don't have to go too deep into that. And we have to improve upon our HRP service. As far as comments on money, as I think Councillor Cleary stated quite well, you combine both police forces, it's $130 million service. So if our investment is $100,000 or $200,000 to make sure we've got the right investment, I think that is a good investment of our dollars. So I thank everybody for the conversation today. It's a healthy conversation. I think we owe the citizens of HRM to have this conversation and to question the policing. Is this the right model? And how do we improve upon policing? And that's the purpose of my model. So if there's no other purpose of my motion, rather, if there's no other questions, Mr. Mayor, I call for the question.
All right, folks. I see nobody else. Let's go to the question. Ian?
Beginning with District 12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Outhet.
Yes.
1, Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Well, I'm voting in favor as well.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Sorry, voting in favor of the motion. Sorry, Ian.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
12, Councillor Morse.
10 in favor of the motion.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor.
Mayor Savage.
In favor of the motion. That motion carries. Thank you, Councillor Mancini and colleagues, for a good discussion.
Thank you, colleagues.
We're going to take a break, colleagues, and we will come back at, so it's almost 3:15. We'll come back and we'll take 20 minutes and come back at 25 minutes to 4 o'clock Atlantic time. So 3:35, we're back here.
And just a reminder, same process, please return to this link. It'll be the same one that you're in right now. Good afternoon, all. It is 3:35. We are returning your mics and your video. Mayor Savage, we are ready to go on your call.
Yeah, let's move the slide then. Let's go. Okay, we're good to go. Are we on?
You are good to go.
All right, colleagues, we're back. We'll resume our meeting with item 11.4.2 in the name of Councillor Hensby, Park and Ride Terminal at Highway 107 Mineville. Councillor David Hensby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I move that the Regional Council request a staff report for Halifax Transit to consider assess the possibility of establishing and implementing a park and ride terminal at Highway 107 exit 18 in Mineville as a supplementary bus stop for the current Rural Express Service 370.
Second, Mr. Mayor.
Seconded by Councillor Kent. Kent, thank you. Councillor Hensby.
Well, Mr. Mayor, this is one of those things I've been asking for many years in regards to fulfilling the promises of amalgamation and regional plan and stuff like that. And this will get this ball rolling on this particular issue. Regional plan is coming up for review in the next little while. As well as we just heard recently some federal funding announcements for rural transportation. So no better time now than to strike when the iron is hot, when resources are becoming available, and to roll out the plan as originally scheduled for. So if you look at the old consultants report, they talked about the Mineville terminal probably be one of the higher pickup ratio spots as designated on the 107 highway. So let's make this a reality, and I believe the community will be in full support of this coming forward. There should be a great support for the communities of East Preston, Lake Echo, Mineville, and Lawrencetown. Thank you.
Okay, this is a request for a staff report. Is there anybody else on this one? Ready for the question?
Question.
Question.
Beginning with District 13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
16, Deputy Mayor Outhet.
Yes.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon. District 2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
In favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor, assuming this is Councillor Hensby's request on the park and ride.
Yes, that is the motion on the floor.
Thank you.
6, Councillor Mancini.
I don't know if that was the most confident vote I ever heard from Councillor Austin, but in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
Yes, for a staff report.
8, Councillor Smith.
Or
9, Councillor Cleary.
Sure.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor?
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
District 1, Councillor Daigle Gammon, I did not hear your vote.
Voting in favor of the motion.
And Mayor Savage.
In favor of the motion, it passes. Thank you, Councillor Hensby. Item 11.4.3 is in Councillor Smith's name, Africville Visioning Process. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. For the motion on the floor, the Halifax Regional Council requests a staff report that will look at developing a collaborative process that will ultimately create an Africville visioning process. Africville visioning process should include, but will not be limited to, 1, determine a cooperative working partnership between HRM and community partners and organizations that are working on behalf of the interests of descendants. 2, engage with other organizations, businesses, and levels of government whose interests could potentially impact Africville lands and or Africville descendants to determine how they can support the Africville visioning process and its outcomes. 3, review the 2010 Africville Agreement to determine which commitments have been met, where further action is required, and whether these past commitments address the current desires of the community. 4, identifying all municipally led and partner projects and initiatives that have a direct impact on the lands at Africville, land surrounding Africville and its users, current, future, to understand the full effect they will have on the Africville land. 5, develop a comprehensive co-facilitated public engagement process in partnership with Afro descendants, Afro-focused organizations, and community partners that will inform the outcomes of the visioning process. And 6, revisiting a 2003 Main Street Master Plan and work with partners to collaborate to reimagine the master plan that would include land specifically designated to descendants of Africville and or uses that would be supported by descendants, community members, or organizations who broadly represent the interests of Africville.
I think there's number
Second.
7?
There's a number 7. Linda.
Next page.
Oh, sorry. And 7, examine my own motion. Examine the possibilities of using the Africville visioning process to address the ongoing class action court proceedings against HRM and working with the claimants and descendants to address their concerns outside the court system.
Second.
Seconded by
Councilor Stoddard.
Councilor Stoddard. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor
Councilor
Stoddard.
Smith.
And yep, thank you, Councilor Stoddard and Mayor and colleagues for letting me put the motion on the floor. You know, the story of Africville is not one that I should have to share or re-share with any of the folks here, or hopefully any of the folks listening. You know, it's not a new one, and I hope that I don't have to educate on anyone on this story. But what I will say is the story of racial injustice, institutionalized racism, deception, but also one of perseverance, resilience, and legacy. When you look back at some literature, when talking about Africville, what it is referenced as is Black slum. But when you hear the stories from descendants, from community members, and before the city put a landfill there, it was not a Black slum. It was a thriving community with residents who had businesses, who had stores, who were suppliers to the community within the North End when it came to fishing. Even in the downtown area. So this was a community that was self-sufficient until the good old government decided that their lands were the ones that they wanted to use. So looking at the future of what this motion in this process could be, you know, we know that government has played a piece in causing the issues of the past, and we can now play a piece of supporting the future of Africville. So this motion here today is not mine. My name is on it, but it's one that's been worked with the staff in the city, with community partners, with organizations, with many people involved. And really quickly, I just want to shout out to some of the folks who helped inform this motion and who also showed their support in this today. So the Africville Heritage Trust, the Africville Descendants, more specifically the litigants and those who've been advocating for reparations, the Africville Development and Legacy Foundation, representatives of the Genealogy Society, had discussions with Andy Fillmore, who's helped connect us to ACOA, and I can fill in a little bit more about the financial aspects of this. Minister Ince in the province, Amira, who's also I've been having discussions with, and you know, big thanks to the HRM staff, our Diversity Inclusion Office, Afro Nova Scotians office as well, and all those involved there. So when you look at the motion, there's a lot of parts. And really quickly, with the little bit of time that I have left, I'll just speak really quick to them. So this is really the 1, 2, 3, or 1 to 2. So looking at the process itself, obviously we want to have a process that's collaborative and includes all those involved. The Africville apology, which was in 2010, I think it's important for us to review that. That's been 22 years or 12 years. Actually can't think of math right now. Sorry, folks. With that, so it's important that we look at how this agreement and how that functions today. There's so many initiatives that are happening. Some of them are listed, or most of them are listed in the motion sheet there. But there are so many initiatives that affect Africville, and I think we need to look at how these all play a part into that. Number 5 is talking about the co-facilitated process, and the Main Street Master Plan most folks don't know about. And shout out to Councillor Mason, who still hosts on his website. The Main Street Master Plan is one that sometimes we forget about, which wasn't really related to housing. It was more a transportation plan that did speak to development as the time went on. So that is looking at that process again and seeing if there's pieces of that we could use for today. And then the biggest one that's most relevant in this moment is the ongoing class action suits. So, speaking to those involved, they are interested in looking at what we can do outside the court system and not have to go through that. Because at the end of the day, it wouldn't look good for HRM to go to court with the individuals, and there might be pieces of this that we could actually do to support the community as a whole. So that's really it. There might be some questions. I'm happy to answer them, but I don't want to spend too much time going through that. So I'll leave it at that and come back if I need to. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and glad to see a portion of our past visioning exercises coming back for some of our communities. It's long overdue. We kind of put the kibosh on them because they became, I guess you'd say, in high demand for a lot of communities. They have a visioning exercise done when we first did the regional plan, and there's a lot of expectations there. But this one has some historical aspects that need to be revisited, reviewed, and looked upon in the future. We're just hoping there's some references that would also clarify some of our community partners. There's no reference to the Halifax Bridge Commission, the Port of Halifax, or CN. Those three major agencies have a significant impact on what could be occurring in the Africville area. So I'm hoping that those three bodies will be a part of this consultative process as community partners. And also talk about the Bain Bridge, the Bain Street master plan. I'm thinking about the Windsor Street, Roby Street interchange realignment that's going on right now, being proposed and drafted. Well, that's also going to have an impact to traffic going to and from the communities. So I'm looking forward to this report to eventually come back. It's going to probably take a good year or so to come back. It's going to be time consuming for the community, but at least to have an opportunity to hopefully address some of those inadequacies that has not been addressed yet. I'm looking forward to a discussion of the old properties, the old park on the north end. Should in my opinion, should be converted to seniors housing for Africville descendants and things like that. So we need to have these things fully explored and discussed, and hopefully this visioning process will bring that to fruition. And I'm in support of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and kudos to you, Councillor Smith, for you bringing this forward. I agree with your opening statement that you should never have had to, and I think that there are many people who would agree with you there. So I'm particularly thrilled to see this come forward in my term here, and I agree with Councillor Hensby. I think one of the most relevant pieces of this is the one you almost forgot. So I'm not going to hold that against you, but you almost forgot it. But it is around the piece that speaks to the class action lawsuits that people felt they had to engage in. And if what we can do on council can help with a reconciliation and a healing element, and a change of the trajectory for those who are descendants of the many things that have happened at that location, and certainly more recently in some of the development, then I am all for it. I would encourage as well, because for all of council, if we can have opportunities where we get to be part of hearing and listening to the dialogue at some of this visioning process. We don't always get the opportunity within other districts, but I think that this particular visioning process impacts us all. It impacts our perspective on the experiences that our African Nova Scotian people had in relation to Africville. Would highly likely we have descendants who are living within our communities, in our districts. And they may not be specifically set out in the whole larger plan to be a targeted area where they want feedback. But I hope that we all will have that opportunity. And I certainly commit to doing my very, very best to make sure that everyone who has an opportunity and wants to participate in this visioning process, or who should, from any of my the people who are heavily engaged in this, if they reach out and help alert us to making sure that we have the opportunity to really promote this process. I think it's so important, not only for our area, but for Nova Scotia at large. So I just want to commend you for bringing it forward and ask for council's support, which I have no reason to think that they won't, but this is just such a positive thing to do. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to start by thanking my colleague and friend, Councillor Smith, for bringing this forward and being so diligent at working on this, for some time. It takes a lot of work to get to the point that you can confidently bring something like this forward. And I thank you for just, being so dedicated to Halifax and the community. To me, to what Councillor Hansby brought up, to me, this has to start with an honest discussion about what happened and the impacts, the disproportionately negative impacts that the African Nova Scotian community of Africville felt before we bring in partners, before we bring in the bridge, before we bring in CN. And that's, I have the Bain Street Master Plan on my website. If anybody wants to see what we're talking about, go to waymason.ca/reports and then dig down. It's under foundational documents. And it's an interesting report. But Councillor Smith and I had an opportunity to talk to the owner of the company that did that report, and they were tasked, as Councillor Smith said, to do a transportation plan, not a community building plan, not a restorative plan, not a plan that healed, not a plan that built a viable community. So I think it has to start with honest discussions of the African wants and needs there. And then when it comes to developing and implementing solutions, we bring in the outside partners. I think it should go, and why it's especially important here, it can't go without saying that at that time and for decades after, there were coastal communities that weren't Black, that were white, that had the same challenges Africville had, but they didn't have land that was desired for industrial development, for transportation development, for building a bridge. And they were treated differently and their problems were solved. Water was extended, dumps removed, et cetera, et cetera. So I think that because of that history, because of that pressure from those partners is part of what led to the dislocation in the first place. We have to start with the community. We'll come to that later. Personally, I just wanted to say, aside from those points, that I think that history has shown clearly that what the city of Halifax, one of the predecessors Daystrom did at that time, was wrong, and the motivations were poor. Most of the slum clearance, as it was then called, that came out of the 1949 report was wrong, was targeted at the most vulnerable people in our community. And I think that it shows how far Halifax has come, that we're now going to have a discussion, a real hard discussion about what can we do now, recognizing that was not the right thing to do, to try and make it right as much as we can with all the damage that was done in the time that has passed. So I am glad this is here. I know it's going to be hard, and I look forward to that hard work. And again, I thank everyone who was involved in bringing it forward, and Councillor Smith for bringing it forward today. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Smith. Sorry, hang on a sec.
Yep.
Councillor Stoddard, please.
Good afternoon. I am very excited to see this motion come to fruition. I would like to thank Councillor Smith for all of his hard work and diligence and the work that he put into this motion. I know he shares his experience and his credit with others, but I mean, you're the one working hard on this hour after hour, and I know this is going to be a way for this community that was torn apart to heal. And I'm glad that there's going to be a discussion so that all parties can bring their issues to the table, and the hearts that have been broken will be healed. And I just thank you again.
Thank you. All right, Councillor Cottle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to express my support for this as well. This is all really long overdue. And, when we talk about the community of Africville, there's very much still a strong, thriving, living community there with a real connection to place and into that land in particular. And, I'm very happy to be part of this council that sees this motion and this work moving forward. I think there's tremendous opportunity, and I think it's very exciting for the community, and I look forward to supporting this work moving forward. So thank you, Councillor Smith, and everyone else who's been involved in getting us to this point.
Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, colleagues. I truly appreciate it. I thought it had to be a little bit harder, but I'm not gonna say too much. But I want to speak on two really quick things. So, I did some work also to secure some funding, because I thought that would be a question that would come from council. So we do have a commitment from commitment in principle from the ACOA federal partners. Thank you to Andy Fillmore for helping to make that connection, and to provincial government to help cost share the potential cost of this visioning process, because it's going to be a large one. It's going to be significant cost to us and those involved. So they have committed in principle to help support that, and we're working on the details of how much that might be. And I'm not sure if Jacques, if you want to jump in on sharing the potential amounts or not, but I know we're still kind of working diligently to get that. So it isn't all on us, because as I said earlier, all government should be part of that. There's also some outside parties that might be part of it as well. Talking to a mayor who has a diversity and inclusion fund who are interested in supporting this work. So there might be potential of us not having to dig in all of our pockets, or our pockets as HRM, digging in all of our pockets as a community to understand how important this work could be. So the financial piece will come back when we have to look at the RFP, kind of like the other report as well. So that homework has been done. And the other really important piece too is, working with all the groups. They've all committed to work together. And that is one of the things that you hear about, is you have all these groups who are working on behalf of Africville, but nobody is talking to each other. Well, this is a process that they've all signed up to say, we need to change that. It's only going to get better if we work together. So that also gives me some excitement that we will potentially have all the parties at a table. We probably won't all agree, but having everyone at the table just to have this discussion is important. So thank you, colleagues, and I will call for the questions. No, nothing else further.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Smith. Ready for the question, colleagues?
Question.
Beginning with District 14, Councillor Blackburn.
Most definitely, yes.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Oathead.
Yes.
1, Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Absolutely in favor.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor of the motion.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor?
12, Councillor Stoddard.
Woohoo, in favor.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
In favor. That motion carries. Thank you, Councillor Smith. Colleagues, we're going to move to 11.4.4. Councillor Lovelace, Regional and Rural Transit. Councillor Lovelace.
Giddy up. Thank you. I am just going to read this motion and then I'll speak to it because I've got a bunch of things to say, and I know I know you do too. I move that Halifax Regional Council request a staff report outlining options regarding 1, moving funding of the ferry system to the local transit tax from the regional transportation tax. 2, funding cooperative rural transit from the regional transportation tax. 3, establishing a new regional transportation tax boundary to apply to those within 3 kilometers of a regional express stop, 1 kilometers of a conventional or rural bus stop, or within a rural transit funded service area. And 4, expanding the rural transit funding program to include share in capital funding. I so move.
Seconded, Councillor Russell.
I heard Councillor Russell and Councillor Blackburn. Let the clerk choose. Councillor Lovelace.
Thank you. I appreciate your support. So this is something that I've been digging into for a number of years, trying to understand what is the holdup to expand and grow our rural transit. And certainly, the support that we have with organizations such as Musco and Bay Rides is phenomenal. The door-to-door service that we see with those rural and nonprofit, mostly volunteer organizations are just doing really good, important work. Unfortunately, the funding program that we currently have here at HRM doesn't recognize capital funding. And so we're funding operations, which is great. It's muchly needed. However, these organizations need diversity in their fleet, and capital funding is important to that. In addition, we have a regional transportation tax, which seems to act like a rural transportation tax. And so having the ferry system in there, I think we need to look at why. Partly because if you consider someone who is in French Village Harbor or Hubbards, they're not going to drive downtown and then take ferry from Dartmouth to go over, so I'm kind of wondering what is the point and the intent of that regional transportation tax. And in addition to that, funding the cooperative rural transit from that regional transportation tax makes sense rather than coming out of the general fund. And so by expanding the 3 kilometers of a regional express stop, I think if we recognize how far some of these subdivisions and how deep they go, it'll take you 6 kilometers to get from the main road to the end of the subdivision. So expanding it, I think, to 3 kilometers is a great starting point for a discussion. And, I also feel like being able to support these nonprofits and recognize that they need to grow in order to assist our growing rural communities, because, having Metro Transit or Halifax Transit in some of these rural communities is just not viable. It's not feasible. It's not affordable. And so I look forward to having a conversation with you today and hearing your thoughts on, on this regional and rural transit tax scheme. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor, for putting this forward. But I humbly have to disagree with some of your points on this. But I'll be asking that we vote on these motions separately, because the first one I cannot support, the ferry system to a local transit tax, because you'll be taxing those areas within 1 kilometer of the taxi terminals. That's how the local transit rate works. If you're within 1 kilometer of that service, you get taxed. So right now, under this proposal, only the 3 ferry terminals and the properties within 1 kilometer radius around those terminals be paying the local transit tax. That's too much of a burden to fund the ferry service. And I believe that the purpose of the regional transportation tax goes back to the original a regional plan. The rural commuter shed was to have some kind of infrastructure to support regional transportation. We put it in place, but we haven't put we put the tax in place, but not the tools. We have to put those tools in. That was part of the rural express transit, having the park and ride terminals on the 107, the 101, the 102, the 103 highways where they should have been. We haven't fully implemented that plan. We need to finish that plan. In regards to the supporting of capital and operational costs for rural transit from the regional transportation tax, I totally support that. I consider that more the integrated mobility evolution coming around. And in regards to the 3 kilometer boundaries, I think that needs to be worked upon. It might need to be expanded a little bit further, but I would prefer that if this motion was to go forward, I'd like to split into 2. Vote on separate number 1 separately, and the other 2, 3, 4, I can support those. But the number 1, I cannot support the first part because it's just too much of a burden on the ferry system to localize it to the 3 terminal sites. So that's how the tax works, and I can't support that particular motion part of it. So if you want to amend that to something else, but as it stands now, the motion part 2, 3, 4 I support, but not motion 1.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kent.
There, took me a few minutes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Lovelace, for bringing this up to the table. I am in favor of revisiting and investigating and diving deep into ways that our council can support new transportation, new transit routes, certainly within the areas that are underserved, not served at all in any way, and that are so close to traditional transit. Certainly within District 3, I do not have the magnitude probably of some of that situation as many of my colleagues on council, but nonetheless, I believe it to be super important. And a report on this, I think, is really helpful for us all to have a good understanding of what is possible. Not as, like, I find that many of the conversations that we've had with staff have been around what is now a priority, what is happening now, why this can't be done. And I see this as potential, opening the door for other options. Yes, in the past, we've had council support on the direction that transit staff are going, and that makes sense, but we are a new council and we have new leaders in the communities who are trying to be responsive to the residents who live there and who are paying taxes and or not paying taxes, but are open to having better services. So I would agree with Councillor Hensby on separating this out. I do have similar kinds of concerns around the ferry. I do think that it would be still, if that first motion did not pass, I still think it would be nice to see in the report some reflection on us understanding why that would not have been a good idea, or could it have worked. So I feel like we could capture the information in this staff report around it, but not necessarily move that particular funding question on the table too early. So I'm okay with splitting that up. I am a huge fan of the potential for capital funding if we, with Musco Rider and some of those community agents that are stepping up to the plate and filling in the gap here, if in fact, after a report like this does not open up any other opportunities that we could do as a new set of priorities within transit for now. So I appreciate that where you're going with this. I think we're on the right track. Council needs to have all of the information to make good decisions around potentially any new direction that we might have in transit. And I think this could be the beginning of that. So thank you. I'll be supporting it.
Thank you, Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I just would ask staff to clarify how they're reading it, because how I'm reading move funding from ferry system from local transit tax from regional transit tax is that it's not that the people within a kilometer of the ferry terminal would pay for the transit system or for the ferry system. It's that everybody in the local transit area would be bearing the burden of the ferry system, similarly to how right now everybody in the regional tax area bears the burden of the ferry system. So, that's not how I'm reading that at all. The idea is that rural people would no longer be paying for the ferry, and that only rural services would be paid for through the regional tax, which would still apply to the urban area. So it would be a subsidy of the rural transportation by the urban area, which is only fair because many people who work in downtown and Burnside and inside the service area come from rural. But I'm not reading it that way at all. So I support all four things that are here, because I think that this is a better alignment of potential tax structure to ensure that people aren't paying where they are not receiving service, and especially where they may never receive service because they're just too far out there. Right now, the regional transportation tax area was designed prior to the full examination of all of these services, including the ones that Councillor Hensby is talking about, that subsequent analysis found not all of them were ever going to be able to happen in a cost-effective way. We don't have to agree whether or not that was the right decision, but that's a decision that was made. And so, you know, to me, having a tax that was designed along a model before the Auditor General said you need to start focusing on ridership or you're going to bankrupt the system in the 2013 report, that doesn't make sense. We need to re-examine that. So I'm all for re-examining that. I do think that this is broad enough that staff can come back with a whole bunch of different, you know, insight into how we might do it. One of the things that has been discussed since a notice of motion was given by Councillor Lovelace was maybe we should have just a single transit tax. We can do co-op out of, including capital, out of general tax rate, and that's still an indirect subsidy of the rural service, and I think that's fine. But you know, if we're basically bringing in the service boundary, the tax boundary to the service boundary, perhaps we should just have a single boundary and a single tax rate, and maybe that makes the most sense for all bus and ferry related stuff. I don't know. We need to see what the numbers turn into, which is what this enables staff to go away and do that analysis. So I look forward to it. I support the motion as it is. I would like staff, I know it's just a motion for a report, but it's important that we understand how staff are interpreting section section 1 of the motion, because my read on that is that it would apply to the entire local transit tax area, and that it'd be a minuscule transfer of, you know, 0.001 cents from one tax rate to the other tax rate. If we could have some comment on that, please. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So I think that's right. I don't want to get into a debate on this. The report will come back, but I think that's relevant as to how people vote. So Jacques, can you, is there anybody that you would have that might be able to just clarify what number 1 actually means? Is that fair to ask you that?
You're muted, Jacques.
I see Bruce Fisher down there.
So maybe I'll ask Bruce to weigh in after I speak here, or maybe Dave's on the line. But at the end of the day, what I read there is exactly what it says. You would take the ferry service out of the regional transportation tax and bring it and only assign it to a local transit tax within some formula or some guideline. Would not necessarily be the guideline that exists today. But you know, we would have to look at it as holistically and not sort of jump to the conclusion that we would be taking it using the existing formula to actually frame this up. So we'd come back with a more holistic report. Bruce?
Yeah, and if you look at it literally from the way the system works now, if you move the ferry system over to the local transit tax, everybody in the local transit tax would start to pay for that ferry. Because it's in the pool of costs, it's being shared out just as they pay for all the buses. Okay, I appreciate that. Bruce, nice to see you. Thanks for joining us. Councillor Mason, you're good? Councillor Cleary?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, colleagues. I fully support all aspects of this. And even though, so with number 1, reading what we say. So when you pay the local transit rate, you pay it if you live within 1 kilometer of a conventional or community transit stop. So ferries are actually not included in conventional transit. They're reported separately. And so what we would need is a redefinition of the local transit tax in order to put ferries into it, because right now they're not conventional. And I mean, they're great. And don't get me wrong, I love the ferries. They're not conventional in that sense. So I support what Councillor Lovelace is trying to do here. And in fact, I'm not entirely sure all of this, the way she's laid it out and argued, is feasible, is the right way. But what I am confident in is the staff is going to take her question and say, you know what is the best way? We're going to bring you back some options, because what I think is really important is we have the best tax rates and the best funding for the system we want to have. I think right now what we've seen with the Moving Forward Together plan, and we're entering into the final year of that plan, this is good timing, because we now have some planning to do around what transit's going to look like for the next 5 years. We have, of course, our CAO has mentioned on a number of occasions, we need to have some sort of strategic infrastructure tax in order to tackle things like Halifax, the integrated mobility plan, our rapid transit plan. There's a lot of things that we need to do. And So we're going to be changing taxes over the next few years in order to pay for all the things we need to pay for. And I think it's important as we look at the urban and the suburban areas and the rural areas and the type of transit service that's available in each. And as those communities continue to grow, because don't forget, we are still building in our rural communities. We are still building in our suburban communities. And of course, we're building like crazy and densifying and re-densifying some of our urban areas. So I'm fully in support of looking at this and saying, you know what? I don't mind if we blow the system up and rearrange it. I don't mind if we just tweak the edges of it. But what I do want to come out the other end is options on how we get the best, most sustainable transit system Halifax can have. So I appreciate what Councillor Lovelace is doing here, and I'll support all aspects of this because I know our staff are going to look at this and come back with the best options possible.
Thank you, Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Lovelace, for bringing this forward. Yeah, I'm going to support this, and similar to Councillor Cleary, I'm going to because I'm looking at this as a jumping off point for a look at this and some further examination. With a lot of our big transit projects coming, it is an opportune time, I think, to think about, well, how do we recover the cost of these services from the tax base, and what is the fairest way to do that? I'm not, it doesn't make sense that suddenly, I mean, I talked to Councillor Lovelace on the weekend and I told her, usually I have a stronger sense as to what I want to do with something. On this one, I can literally argue myself in either direction. On one hand, I mean, transit is a good that provides benefits to the whole region, but I do get in some of the rural areas, I mean, it's not the same level of service, and it can be an awfully hard sell that, well, there's a bus stop somewhere nearby that runs a couple of times a day, so therefore you have access, so you should be paying X, right? I mean, I think that is there are some challenges with that. The flip side, doesn't make sense that the only thing that a regional tax on transit becomes is basically a rural tax. I'm not sure, right? Literally, I can argue myself either way. So I think having a detailed staff dive on this, I think will be useful. I do think that figuring out how we can do better on the rural co-op service is really important, and that's the part of Councillor Lovelace's motion I'm most keen on. Because it's not feasible to be running a bus, a Metro Transit bus on a fixed schedule up and down every rural road through a geographic area the size of Prince Edward Island. Like that we don't have the density, we don't have the base. That doesn't make any sense. So what does that look like in the rural areas? And the co-op model, I think, has been proven a success. But there are challenges with it, as Councillor Lovelace's motion identifies around capital. The other point is sustainability of it. I mean, they do rely heavily on volunteers, and at a certain point, I think we have to ask ourselves, should these be a little bit? I think they should still be nonprofits, but should we be allowing them to grow into that kind of next phase and be a little bit more professionalized in terms of organizations that have salaries for the people that are driving, some not just a part-time executive director sort of thing, but a permanent staff. Because really, if we're not going to be doing Metro Transit in rural areas, I think we should basically be enabling these co-ops to get to the point that they're providing the transit service throughout the rural areas, and that the coverage is as close to 100% as we can get it. So I think this is well worth a look. I'm not sold that this is exactly what we should do, but I think getting the report back will help us clarify where we might go. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm sort of following along on Sam and Sean's comments. I certainly support, and Councillor Lovelace and I talked about this over the weekend as well, and I certainly support more operating and capital support, if you will, for the co-ops in the regional area, in the rural areas. I guess I'm sort of struggling. I have a different bit of a vision maybe of transit than some, where I believe everybody benefits from transit. Less time in congestion, less traffic, better for the ozone layer, the gases, the ozone, the green gases and the ozone layer, you name it. Environmentally very good to have us on transit. One of the best things that could happen for downtown is to have better rural transit. Now that sounds funny at first, but it isn't. More people started coming in from the rural areas on transit downtown and around the hospitals, and the universities would benefit from fewer cars on the street, fewer people looking for the parking, greenhouse gases, et cetera, et cetera. The thing that really concerns me is that I still have this vision, and I think a lot of us have this vision, and a lot of people we represent have this vision, is people being able to get to the hospitals and to the universities, not by rail, but by bus rapid transit, and bus rapid transit running out of hubs, and people being connected from the rural and suburban areas to those hubs to get where they're going. And of course, we're talking about a ferry route, but we're about to add 3 more over the next few years. Shannon Park, Larry Utech, Bedford Mill Cove, and maybe someday if Councillor Hensby and I have our way, Burnside and the Dartmouth Yacht Club somehow. And those ferries will do a lot more to serve people than just in the immediate areas. I have this vision of people coming down from Hammonds Plains, coming down from Tantallon, coming from other areas, getting on the ferries to have their last few kilometers to downtown on the ferry, the same as they'll be jumping on BRT to have their last few kilometers perhaps to a different part of downtown, to the hospitals, to the universities. So while I'll support this for the deep dive and the recommendations that everybody has mentioned, I think we've also got to look forward here a little bit too. And we are growing, and we are not growing when it comes to roads. We're not going to really widen the Bedford Highway. We're not, and we've made good decisions on that, and of our roads leading into the peninsula and to downtown. We want people to be on transit, and we want transit off peninsula to get better for the benefit of the people off peninsula, but specifically for a benefit of people on peninsula as well. So I just worry, I don't want to get into rural urban discussions. I don't want to get into parochial discussions. So I'll support this for the dig into it, the dive into it, but we have got to think of today, but we've also, when this report comes back, has got to take into consideration BRT coming and several more ferry routes. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Lovelace, for this motion. I'll have to admit, it sent me on a learning curve again on the weekend, looking through all of this. Since we were elected, the conversations around transit and the integrated mobility plan and how that all works has been quite a journey. And the biggest thing, I think, for me when we were looking at this is around when is the next transit service boundary review, and how will that impact the kind of a filter, I guess, or whatever that we'll have on this report. Because when we're talking about all these different boundaries, it's like, so what's rural and what's suburban? And we look at suburban areas are growing so quickly. And so if this report stays within the current service boundary, what and how we look at suburban and rural is going to be really important, I think. I get very concerned when we think about outside of the service boundary gets downloaded or becomes a responsibility of a nonprofit or a co-op. And so making that more attractive, because who wants to do all of that volunteer work sometimes, right? So, and doing things off the side of your desk. So how we support the cooperatives, I think, is going to be really important. And so I really appreciated seeing that in the motion. Yeah, and so I think that's it. That's mostly my comment. There's still, when we talk about the different taxes and all of that kind of stuff, I really look forward to reading this report, because sometimes, you know, that's another place, another journey of learning that we have to take. So I'll look forward to those financial implications and how they can come forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cottle.
Am I unmuted? Yeah, there we go. Sorry, I lost my mouse there. Yeah, I will be supporting this as well. You know, I think Councillor Rowhit mentioned a number of things that I wanted to mention as well. In particular, looking at what changes are happening in our transit system, particularly with the BRT coming, and how we create more of an integrated transit system. So while we might not want to get in to the weeds around urban and rural and urban versus rural, I don't see it that way at all. I see it as actually we need systems that actually are going to look different. A rural system is going to look different from an urban system, but whatever they are, they need to work together. And we are growing in what I'd like to see more like community hubs and village hubs and areas in our rural areas that could support a transit system. And so we really do need to start to look at what that is going to be. And while I support the cooperative movement, like Councillor Daigle-Gammon said, the service, the quality of that service is really largely dependent on the capacity of the not-for-profits who run it. So either we need to really support those, figure out how we support those not-for-profits, but you can't just leave transit kind of up to chance. I feel that whatever the system is that we start to create, there needs to be some long-term sustainability and dependability. And a lot of that comes down to funding. So I am going to very much support this motion as to what I hope will be, a new look at our rural transit options in our regional municipality. Councillor Daigle-Gammon asked the transit service boundary review when that is going to happen next. I don't know if there's somebody in the meeting today here who could answer that, but I think that's a really good question. I'd like to know the answer to that. And I look forward to the findings from this report and how it can further inform us as we start to take a look at rural transit more seriously.
CAO, do you want to take a crack at the question Councillor Cuddle just asked about the rural transit boundary?
It was actually Daigle-Gammon, but yeah.
Could you repeat the question, please? I just didn't understand the question. Sorry.
Councillor Daigle-Gammon asked the question about the transit service boundary review and when that's coming up again. And I was just wondering if there was an answer to that question.
Okay, thanks. No, I don't have the answer today. I'll get back to you. I'll certainly send a note of the council.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And I too will be supporting this motion. And thank you so very much to Councillor Lovelace for bringing this forward. It's always a topic that folks out in the rural areas love to discuss. And I think putting a new framework around how we collect our transit taxes and what we want our rural transportation system to look like. I think it's time that we move on this. But I just issue a quick caution that we may want to expand the service footprint for these nonprofits running these transit systems. But they, in turn, they have to have the okay from the Utility and Review Board in order to expand their service. So it's not, unfortunately, entirely up to us. But so I just issue that cautionary note because this is something that I ran into many times once the Halifax transit service to North Beaverbank was cut last year, 2 years ago, and tried every rural transportation service out there to try and see if they were interested in picking up the route and what it would look like. And all of them said to me, would love to, but we just expanded and we don't have the appetite to go back to utility and review boards. So unfortunately, that is something that does have to be taken into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have, I'm just looking at the report center tracking list, and I do see as well a report on rural transit funding program that is, the lead is through Halifax Transit, but the destination is the grants committee. And I would like to, perhaps CAO or if Dave Riggy's on the call, I'm not sure. I feel like these two should be considered together. It seems to me, without knowing fully what the request was on that report, it was staff led. It seems to me, when I think about the sustainability of whatever it is that we might be able to move forward, the grants committee for anything that we might develop, I feel like is, I don't know, I just would hate to see it be year after year they have to go and fight for the money to be available. And so I would like to hear if it's reasonable to think that this report could be considered and or tucked in with this one, being the grants committee.
So,
Mr. Dubé?
yeah, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Through you to the councillor. Short answer is I doubt it, simply because this motion that's on the floor right now is going to take a significant amount of time to land. It's a fairly large piece of work. So you're probably talking at least a year before it's ever get back to council in this form, maybe even longer, depending on, we'll have to have conversations with Mr. Riggy and Jane and others as to how we would package this up. Now, as you know, the other reports do have a date that we're coming to, and they'll be hopefully delivered on time. But we'll take a look at all that. We'll take a look at all the reports and see what can be bundled and what can be deferred to a later report and those kinds of things. But we'll certainly get back to you on that. But I don't think it's possible on that particular report that you cited, simply because it's tracking to a close.
Is it? I'm just looking at it and I see it was only requested on January 25th, but I guess maybe I'm reading it wrong, but thank you very much.
Yeah, we'll take a look at it.
It's on the radar now. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll take a look at it, but I'm not sure whether that work would
influence it or not.
Influenced by that, so we'll have to take a look. And it's a merchant, I believe, is tracking. It's in report center now. I think if I heard you, I don't have it in front of me, but I thought I heard you say it was tracking to May of 2021. If that's the case,
I don't even see a timeline on it. All I see is date of request.
Okay, well, we'll take a look at it.
Okay, thank you.
We always when we have these kinds of motions that have tentacles to other motions, we always take a look and we get back to council with, if we decide to merge the reports, we'll let you know that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hensby.
Well, Mr. Mayor, just to make it perfectly clear, people are assuming they're interpreting the local transit tax to be an area. Well, we should put the word area in that word if you want to include that as the interpretation, because as it stands now, as it reads on our website, you pay a local transit rate if you live within 1 kilometer of a conventional or community transit stop. Those ferry terminals are transit stops. So literally, you can take that as saying those properties within 1 kilometer, those 3 terminals pay. People in other places like Cole Harbor or other places can say, oh, I don't live within 1 kilometer of that ferry terminal. Why am I paying for it? Unless you explicitly say that the cost of ferry service will be in the local transit tax zone or tax area. That should be explicit, because it stands now by definition, it's only for those properties within the terminal. I'm taking that literally, but that's how it reads. So if you want to make sure we're clear in the interpretation, I ask for a friendly amendment just to put the word area in there, local tax area, the local transit tax area. So that way it'll clarify we're talking about basically the urban service boundary.
Okay, so let's go to Councillor Lovelace and see how she feels about that as she winds up. Councillor Lovelace.
Yes, thank you. I have no problem with that friendly amendment. Thank you, Councillor Hensby, and thank you all to my colleagues. This was a great conversation. It started with me looking at the Rural Transit Funding Program. As Councillor Kent mentioned, there is a report coming forward. That Rural Transit Funding Program is only for operations. It doesn't contain capital. Once I found out that there was no capital available, obviously we've got provincial and federal funding programs that do support capital. We also have district capital funds that we can support capital. But you know, as I dug deeper into this and thought about the regional plan review, I thought it would be really important for us to think about the taxation. You know, we can't grow if we don't have a funding source. And thinking about, you know, the best funding source available, well, that's how we ended up here today, is to look at the options and direct staff to, you know, think about how we can actually create a more equitable system that helps us grow rural transit, that clearly supports the organizations that are doing this good work, but that also recognize, you know, the costs of growth and the costs of, you know, creating a stronger rural transit and suburban transit. To Councillor Blackburn's point about the Utility Review Board, absolutely right. You know, we can only do so much to support these nonprofits. They have to continuously go back to the Utility Review Board to get those licenses renewed, to expand any of the serviceable boundary. And certainly they're doing great work along with our transit folks who are working with them through the Rural Transit Funding Program, as well as looking at that growth option. So I appreciate your support today and look forward to having another great debate when the report comes back from staff. Thank you.
Thank you. So just to be clear, Councillor Hensby's idea has been accepted by the mover of the motion, Councillor Lovelace, and the seconder, I'm not sure who it was it? Who was the seconder? That's okay?
We had listed as Councillor Russell as seconder.
And that's okay with Councillor Russell?
Yes, it is.
So there's no need to split the motion, Councillor Hensby?
Correct.
Okay. All right, are we ready for the question?
Question.
Speaking to the motion as amended, District 15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
16, Deputy Mayor Outhit.
Voting yes.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
For?
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
Favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor?
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
In favor. Thank you.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting yes on the motion.
Mayor Savage.
In favor, that motion carries. Thank you, Councillor Lovelace. We'll move to motion 12.1, Councillor Purdy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that Halifax Regional Council request a staff report that assesses the feasibility of expanding the current Rainbow Crosswalk program using the same design as the current Rainbow Crosswalks to include the painting of Pan-African colors on existing sidewalks in historic African Nova Scotian communities.
I'll second that.
Seconded by Councillor Stoddard. Councillor Purdy.
Thank you. It's actually my pleasure to bring this motion to you today. The Pan-African colored rainbow is a great way to commemorate the historical significance of African Nova Scotian communities, especially some that have been around for hundreds of years. And I ask for your support for requesting the staff report to assess the feasibility of expanding this Rainbow Crosswalk program on existing crosswalks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ready for the question, colleagues?
I comment.
Councillor Hensby.
I'm fairly supportive of this, and in regards to existing crosswalks, there's not that many. I can tell you I have one in North Preston in front of the school, so it'll look very nice there. So hopefully the other communities will assess what crosswalks this may be applicable to. It'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kent?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am certainly supporting this, and I would like if we could include in the staff report what it would look like if we expanded this actually throughout the municipality. I really think that this is an opportunity to enlighten and educate people within the community, offer up conversations that open conversations around diversity and education, around knowing who makes up all of our beautiful HRM. So I don't want it to be anything that would get in the way of Councillor Purdy's motion to potentially move forward, but I'd like to have some insight into what would it take, what would it look like, if certainly financially and from a resource perspective, what it would take actually to expand this to the entire municipality, similar to what we do with the pride colors within the crosswalks. I just think it's a great opportunity. So let's get all the information we need.
All right, ready for the question, colleagues?
Question.
Beginning with District 16, Deputy Mayor Oathit.
Voting yes.
1, Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
In favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuddle.
In favor?
12, Councillor Stoddard.
Great idea, in favor.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
And Mayor Savage.
In favor? That carries. Thank you, Councillor Purdy. Colleagues, we'll take a look at the in-camera. You've all had a chance to look at the items. I don't know if we need to go in camera. I leave that to you, but somebody want to move the in-camera minutes, item 13.1?
So move the in-camera minutes of February 9th and 23rd, 2021 to be approved as circulated.
Second, Tim.
Seconded by Councillor Deputy Mayor. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Those minutes are carried.
Mr. Mayor, I'll test council with 13.2. It's Mancini.
Councillor Mancini?
That the Halifax Regional Council, 1, adopt the recommendation as outlined in the private and confidential staff report dated March 24th, 2021, and 2, direct the private and confidential staff report dated March 24th, 2021 to be maintained private and confidential. So moved.
Seconded by Councillor Morse.
Yes.
Thank you. Ready for the question?
Question.
Beginning with District 1, Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuddle.
In favor?
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
16, Deputy Mayor Oathit.
Yes.
Mayor Savage.
In favor, that carries. Thank you, Councillor Mancini. Item 13.3, does anybody want to test council on that one?
I'll be happy to move that, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Mason.
13.3, I move that Halifax Regional Council 1 adopt the recommendations as outlined in private and confidential staff report dated March 24th, 2021, and 2, release the private and confidential staff report dated March 24th, 2021 to the public once conditions as outlined in the report have been met. I so move.
I second.
Second, Councillor Cuddle. Thank you. Ready for the question, colleagues?
Question.
Beginning with District 2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Counselor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Counselor Austin.
In favor.
6, Counselor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Counselor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Counselor Smith.
4.
9, Counselor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Counselor Morse.
In favor.
11, Counselor Cuttle.
In favor.
12, Counselor Stoddard.
Voting in favor of the motion.
13, Counselor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Counselor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Counselor Russell.
In favor?
16, Deputy Mayor Outhet.
Yes.
1, Counselor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
Mayor Savage.
Favor of the motion carries. Thank you, Councillor Mason. Councillor Councillor Daigle Gammon, 13.4.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that Halifax Regional Council adopt the recommendations as outlined in the private and confidential staff report dated March 4th, 2021, and to direct that the private and confidential staff report dated March 24th, 2021 be maintained private and confidential. I so move.
Seconded, Councillor Russell.
Ready for the question?
Question.
Beginning with District 3, Counselor Kent.
In favor.
4, Counselor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Counselor Austin.
In favor.
6, Counselor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Counselor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Counselor Smith.
4.
9, Counselor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Counselor Morse.
In favor.
11, Counselor Cuttle.
In favor.
12, Counselor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Counselor Lovelace.
Yes.
14, Counselor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Counselor Russell.
Favor?
16, Deputy Mayor Outhet.
Voting yes.
1, Counselor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Counselor Hensby.
Affirmative.
And Mayor Savage.
In favor, thank you. That passes. Thank you, Councillor Daigle Gammon. We have no added items, I don't believe. Mr. Clerk, correct?
I have no added items on my list.
We'll go to notices of motion, beginning with Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. Take notice that at a future meeting of Halifax Regional Council, I intend to propose amendments to Administrative Order 2014-020-Gov respecting marketing levy special event reserve grants, the purpose of which is to extend the maximum length of consistent operation in the new events emerging program up to 5 years from the current 3 years.
Thank you. Councillor Lovelace, notice of motion.
Thank you. Take notice that at a future Halifax Regional Council meeting, I will propose to request that Halifax Regional Council request a staff report to review street lighting procedures and policies across HRM. The report should also include consideration to adopt a mechanism for street light removal and a policy on under, for, and over illumination. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lisa Blackburn, notice of motion.
Thank you very much. Please take notice that at a future meeting of Halifax Regional Council, I intend to propose amendments for approval to Administrative Order 15 respecting license, permit, and processing fees, the purpose of which is to A, set hourly parking rates that reflect actual time of day demand based on data collected from the recently adopted Integrated Parking Technology Project. B, remove the 4-hour per zone daily maximum. C, create an additional commuter parking zone 15, and D, some housekeeping amendments.
Thank you. Councillor Mason Esquire.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Take notice that at a future meeting of the Halifax Regional Council, I intend to move the council consider adopting by policy a public participation program, the purpose of which is to initiate a process to consider amendments to the regional municipal planning strategy to establish commercial development districts.
Anybody else? Hearing no notices of motion, our next meeting as a group will be tomorrow morning at 9:30 with Councillor Russell in the chair. Planning and development is our budget. Next council meeting, I think, is in 2 weeks. Anything else? If not, I'll go to Councillor Purdy.
Mayor Savage. Mayor Savage.
Yes.
I just received a note. We may still need one more notice of motion. If you can give me 30 seconds.
I'll move that as Chair of Transportation Standing Committee, or give notice that at a future meeting of Halifax Regional Council, I intend to move the first reading of proposed bylaw U108, amending bylaw U100, the user charges bylaw, the purpose of which is to enable student transit pass pilot program. Good catch, Mr. Clerk.
All right. Any other notices of motion, Councillor McLean?
No, nothing on my list.
If not, I'll accept a motion from Councillor Purdy to adjourn, and we'll see each other tomorrow morning.
Yes, let's adjourn. So moved.
All right, folks. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you, staff.
Thank you.
Have a good night.